Halstead Telephone Company and R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is proud to present to you this broadcast on yourliveevent.com.
See the guys pitching.
Good evening and welcome to Casselton here in Valley Process Technology Field. We'll call it VPT Field here for the rest of this evening. Post 400 Rockets are coming to town here. Their home field is Starion Field, and they'll be playing the Post 15 team here from Casselton, both Junior Legion Division teams. We'll start with the visiting team, Post 400 Rockets. Number 21, this is the reserves. Number 21, Jack Carlson. Number 33, Hayden Halverson. Number 3, Carson Cantler. Number 4, Evan Ekman. The head coach is Dawson Hawley, and he is assisted by Hudson Stein and Matt Bryant. Leadoff hitter playing left field is Matt Horner. Batting number 2 is a center fielder, Lexington Payne. Playing shortstop is number 6, Colin Hansen. At first base is number 18, Connor Rice. Number 25 is playing third base, Carson Hayes. Number 5 is catching, Micah Chase. Number 1 is playing second base, and his name is Sam Christofferson. Number 28 is in right field, and his name is Gavin Vig. And then the pitching this evening for Post 400 Rockets is number 2, Griffin Powell. So for the hometown, Post 15, the 2 reserves are number 10, Wesley Overland, number 14, Caden Thompson. The head coach is Matthew Swanson, who did the Your Live events for this afternoon's Babe Ruth Railcat versus Blackstocking game. The assistant is Garrett Pranty. Leading off and pitching is Cole Boer. Catching is Jonah Tholkus. You're in for a treat watching those two. This will be quite the battery tonight with Cole pitching and Jonah behind the plate. In center field, Jackson Deutsch does a nice job out there. And at the hot corner is Jarrah Stahl. First baseman is Nick Belter. Left fielder is Hunter Hagness. The right fielder is Caden Barstead. The shortstop is Will Everson. And the second baseman is Sam Fletchak. We're excited for this game. Right now, the 2 umpires we got behind the plate is Andrew Volk, and on the bases is Alex Everson. They are meeting with the coaches right now, and I'll take this time to introduce our our color man, Cale Lewis. Cale, what are you looking for tonight with these 2 teams?
Yeah, I've never seen some of these kids for the Post 400 play, so looking forward to any challenges they're going to prevent and see if they can see how Cole, deals with the kids that he probably isn't as familiar with. It's easy to, pitch against the, kindreds and stuff, the kids that you always, you play forever. But we'll see how these teams match up. I can't give you a straight answer right now because I don't know a lot of these guys Post 400. So
familiar assistant coach name there in Hudson Stein. You have a little tie with his dad, don't you?
Yeah, that Tony Stein. He's the Cogswell Cannons kid. Hudson. He's a Post 400 alum. Met him once. He's a good kid. And I think if he's anything like his dad, this team's going to be well coached.
So this evening we're joined up in the booth with the legendary Brad Anderson, and then Jarrah's sister, or I guess Jarrah's is her brother, is Adria Stahl. She's going to be playing the anthem this evening, so we're super excited about that. And we're going to go to break here shortly and let Brad do his thing and do the national anthem, and we'll come back and play some ball after that. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ. 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Welcome.
All right, we are back, and great national anthem that we just got got treated by here locally. Jairus has a lot to live up to here tonight with the way he plays. And like we had mentioned in pregame, Cole Boer on the mound and Jonah Thokus behind the plate. We're in for a treat watching these two, both very high functioning and highly skilled players. Anything in particular you're looking for out of either one of them?
I think Cole's just got to do what he normally does. I think if he controls his zone, and he keeps guys off base by walking, he's basically just got to keep let the guys hit it, make the defense do the work. That's what he does. He doesn't. I don't think he's a huge strikeout guy. I think he's a good ground ball guy. Although he is capable of striking out guys, don't get me wrong. I think that his biggest thing at this point now is getting guys to make the defense work, and that's where we want, because our defense is pretty solid. And we all know that Jonah's got a fairly good arm behind the plate, so I think any guys that get on first base are always a threat to get thrown on at first base, or at second, excuse me.
Yeah, I'd say the fairly good arm is an understatement a little bit. He probably has about 10 guys thrown out already early in the season. You don't typically see that at this level. That's been fun to watch. So Matt Horner, the left fielder, is leading off here for Post 400. And this afternoon, we were treated to a game between the two Babe Ruth teams here, the District 7 Babe Ruth teams in Casselton, the Haymakers and Railcats. That one gets past Everson at shortstop there. They both pitched really well. Case Kasowski pitched well for the 14-year-old Railcats, and Colton Mansky, who's just been phenomenal all across the board early this year, pitched really well for the Black Stockings, a 15-year-old team. But really, really well played game. I think that ended up 4 or 5-0, something like that, and really quick moving game. So that was fun. And here comes Lexington Payne, the center fielder for Post 400 Rockets. Post 400, they have added some Junior Legion teams here, so they continue to be a healthy program and are moving in that direction. They really have a lot of good things going at Starion and for Post 400, don't they?
Yeah.
Cale?
Just not too in the very short history. They only had 2 teams, and now they're at 4. That's great news for the program. If you're a Post 400 person, I think that they're doing it right. I think I'm just a big proponent of as many guys as you can get out. It's the better. Just gives more baseball for everybody.
Yeah, they have an army of volunteers there. Really, they have people like Don Bryant and Jeff Gould and all those folks that are just doing a great job with that program and know a bunch of the volunteers. Brad Anderson, who tonight is announcing here, he also announces for Post 400, and they just anytime you go there, it's just a sea of blue of people helping out, and really a well-run program. We know how organized Jeff Gould is, and them and West Fargo were kind of the ones that started the whole let's not charge each other gate fees, and now that's something that's really grown to almost every program in Class A for us and Junior Legion for us, and it really started with guys like that.
Yeah, that's a big deal for families.
Here comes Colin Hansen, the shortstop. So we got one quick out there with the pop fly to Sam Fletchock at second base. We'll see. And what we talked about there, too, was we expect Cole and Jonah to do a good job of keeping the runners close. Anytime you can do that, throw a lot of strikes and keep the forces, that you're going to win a lot of games there. So it'll be fun to watch tonight.
The thing is when you have when you got a force behind the plate that throws like Jonah does, it just limits what you can do on the base paths. You're not you can't be nearly as aggressive. You have to not a lot of hit and runs, because if you don't hit the ball, then you're pretty you're sitting duck pretty much. So I think again, like I said, I think Cole's got to just keep control the zone, make sure Jonah doesn't have to get on his knees, and and on the other side, Jonah's got to make sure he does his thing he always does, just make sure he's blocking and make sure he does the right things, and I think they'll be just fine. Nice little strikeout there for Cole.
Yeah, Cole took him himself there. And like you said, that's probably not the huge part of his game as a bunch of strikeouts, but he'll definitely control it. He'll pitch inside, outside, get movement on the ball, and do all that. So it's definitely not surprising. But like you say, I think he's more about inducing really soft contact and nibbling on the corners, and it'll just be fun to watch him tonight. So if we look at how the field shapes up here for post 15, behind the plate is Jonah Thulkus, as we've mentioned a few times. Jarrett Stahl at third base, Will Leverson at short, Sam Fletchuk at second, Nick Belter at first base. Out in the outfield, you have Hunter Hagnes in left, Jackson Deutsch in center, and then Caden Barstead in right. And then, of course, Cole Boer on the mound. And up to the plate right now was the first baseman, Connor Rice.
1-2 count with 2 outs, and I think those are the counts where you can try to slip something by. I've always told Grayson, I said, it never hurts to just call, even if a guy's on first or whatever, or a nobody on base with 2 outs, 0-2 count, call for a dirt ball. We got guys that can block the ball. You try to get somebody to chase, something ugly.
Yeah, it's really an advantage when you have a catcher back there that trusts himself, and the pitcher and the catcher have trust in each other, where you can get away with one down in the dirt there too, or I guess in the turf here. And I think there's no question with your son at the top level and Jonah here and guys like Grady and many of the other catchers that we have, you really do trust them to do that.
Yep, I think it's stuff like that. I think just it's maybe undervalued a little bit, but full count here. We'll see base runner on taking off here on the pitch. We'll see how this goes here. He's already at 19 pitches. I'd like to see him take one out here. See, this was kind of my fear. That's a good at bat by the first baseman Rice there. I think he got himself into a full count situation, fouled some balls off, and I tell you what, that's an undervalued thing. People don't understand. Foul balls aren't horrible things, especially when you're trying to get a pitch count up.
Yep.
And then you see what happened. He was patient, and he walked. He's on base. They got guys on first and second now with 2 outs.
Here comes third baseman Carson Hayes for post 400. He's batting in the 5th spot in the order here. Probably one of those things where both sides are okay with what's gone on here so far. That one drops in front of Jackson. We'll see if we get a play at the plate.
Well, that was
right on the money. Right on the money. Nice.
Probably don't want to do that one again.
Nice throw by Deutsch. Great block by Jonah Thulkus back there. And pretty fun first half inning. Keep watching here to see what the bottom half brings us here on yourliveevent.com.
30th Annual Norman County Fair, June 24th through 27th, Ada, Minnesota. FFA Day. New this year, Jindo Bingo, the big air ATV show in the R&J Broadcasting Grandstand. Plus free music, basketball challenge, Check 6 Veterans Day, Youth Day, Senior Day, racing, the Mooncats, lumberjack shows, and so much more. For the full schedule, visit NormanCountyFair.com. Norman County Fair, Ada, Minnesota, June 24th through 27th. It's where summer begins. The fun never ends.
The world of Outlaws late models are coming to Norman County Raceway on June 30th, 2026. Infield seating, your chance to meet your favorite National Touring Series drivers, and much, much more. Tickets are available now at ncraceway.com. Order yours today, and we'll see you June 30th, 2026.
All right, we are back here in this game. 2 counter games tonight in the Junior Legion Division. Post 400 Rockets coming to play the hometown Casselton Post 15 team here. We're still, Post 15 is, of course, the Legion branch here, and we just really went with just standard calling them Post 15 up to this point. But there's there's been discussion of what best to call them and all that, but for now we're just going with post 15. And of course, it gets a little confusing because the Haymakers are still post 15, very much so, but have a nickname on top of that. So leading off then this evening is going to be Cole Boer, and then followed by Jonah Tholkus, and then Jackson Deutsch, who just made so Jonah and Jackson, who just made the great play there to end the inning. Jarrett Stahl, the third baseman, then Nick Belter, Hunter Hagnes, Caden Barstead, Will Everson, and Sam Fletchock here, and leading off by Cole. So we've talked a lot about Cole pitching. What are you looking for Cole here at the plate as a leadoff hitter?
Again, and it's going to sound really cliche, but again, I think he's just like when he's pitching, I think he's got to control the zone. He's got to, he's a table setter. He's got to look at pitches here, and we'll see where he's at, as far as, if he's patient or if he's not, if he's just going to try to jump on top of things. The thing about Cole is not a power guy, but he is a guy that makes exceptional contact. I think between him, Jonah, and Jackson, I think our top three are going to have to play well this afternoon.
Yeah, there you go. Cole hustling down to first there, but got the out. Nice play there by Hayes at third base, throwing it across the diamond to Rice. And here comes Jonah Tholkus, the great catcher. Got a little bit of time with the Class A team, the Haymakers, the other night, and did a nice job in the second game. We had a kid gone at some football stuff, so he got a little opportunity there. So that was fun to see him get that opportunity. And here we got just looking at the season stats there. Boer, who led off, he's sitting at 310 average for the year so far, and I'd say Jonah, he's hit a lot of balls hard this year, but really where he stood out is behind the plate and throwing runners out. That's been probably the thing that stood out the most for him so far this year. Good hustle there. Really nice play.
Great play.
Nice play. Once again, it was Hayes, and this time Rice probably made the better play of the two. Scooped that out and really made it look pretty easy. Here comes Jackson Deutsch, center fielder, who made the great play. You always hear that you have a guy on defense that makes this great play, and then they come up the next inning. So we'll see how Deutsch can capitalize on that. Deutsch is leading the Junior Legion in average so far this year. He's batting .345. Has a hot start to the season so far. I think what's good about that is you knew that Jackson could play center field. You knew he was going to help in lots of different ways. You just weren't sure yet. Moving up to Legion level, it can be kind of tricky batting, so it's nice to see him start out so hot at the plate.
I fully expect to see him get a few more at-bats with the Haymakers this year. I think he's going to, at some point, I think we're going to need an outfielder or two or whatever, and I think he's going to, provide us with a little bit of depth.
Yeah, how the Casselton teams line up this year is they have 12 kids so far on the Haymakers, and then they have 11 kids on the post 15 Junior Legion team, and you can have up to 18 kids on the roster as you get up there. We'll talk a little bit more about that after the break, but as for now, as we move on to the second inning, keep watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at YourLiveEvent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
We are back, and from everyday banking to ag and business lending, Bank North supports local families and businesses with financial solutions rooted in community commitment and local decisions. Visit banknorth.com to learn more. Bank North, member FDIC and equal housing lender. Here, number 5, Micah Chase, the catcher, is leading off. Once again, you just watch Cole. Looks like everything that he does is very purposeful. He starts out with an outside corner pitch there to start, and then he throws a breaking ball that starts on the outside and just keeps on fading out, and you can just see how tempting that could be for the batter. So we'll see what he does with the 0-2 count. Let's see Cole's grandpa sitting out there right outside of the first base dugout, or right past the first base dugout. Great fan, shows up to everything of the grandkids. Pop fly, looks like Everson's got a beat on it. And we got the first out of the inning. Really nice job by Cole there, keeping Chase off balance. Now we'll bring up Sam Christofferson, the second baseman here for Post 400. Fun to see Chase and Christofferson sharing a little notes there of what to look for with Boer. Smart players. Yeah, so to finish the thought there, Casselton, they have the 23 total players. You can have up to 18 on your roster, but of course with 23 kids, and the Class A regionals is the same time as Junior Legion State, so you'll have to choose which path kids go for that weekend. So you really only have 12 at one tourney and 11 at the other, and then if the Class A team happens to make it to state, then they'll be able to bring some of their dual rostered kids up, and like you mentioned, there's a lot of guys out here that could.
Oh, that's a great play by Caden Barstead.
That was a really good play. There's a lot of guys out here that not only could go up there and kind of be dual rostered and be part of the team, but really go up there and help the team. Up comes the right fielder, Gavin Vig. 2 quick outs here for Boer and Post 15. Like I said, Caden Barstead really ranged to his right well there, the big lefty, and had a good path to the ball there and tracked her down for the second out. I think what's fun to look at as you look out here is good players at each position. And then you have Overland and KT, Caden Thompson on the bench. There really are good players across the board here for Post 15. So it's really a healthy 2 teams across the Haymakers and Post 15.
Yeah, that's it's not about quantity; it's about quality.
Number 2, pitcher Griffin Powell.
Comes the pitcher, Griffin Powell. This will be the last batter in the order here for Post 400.
See if let's see if Cole can get a ground baller here to finish the inning out.
Think there's any chance Vig tests the arm?
No.
Think the word has gotten out, or they've watched him enough? I'm guessing Everson would like that one back. Not not the best attempt on that one. So here comes number 31 going back to the top of the order with Matt Horner, the left fielder.
That's a baby blue New Balance. That's my kind of shoe.
Like that.
He's I wonder if he's a Carolina fan.
Yeah, maybe showing it for tonight's deciding championship game for the College World Series.
Yeah, that would be.
It's been fun to watch. All these boys, all the Casselton boys, just got back from a College World Series game after playing in the Sioux Falls tournament. So that always makes you watch just a little bit more when you got to go down there and see some of the tournaments. So I'm sure they're all interested after this game to figure out who won.
Yeah, that's a good strikeout. That's a big strikeout.
Nice pitch. Nice, picking up his teammates. Cole just went out there and finished it himself, and Payne will lead off the next inning for them. But now pay attention to the bottom half of the second inning. We'll see how Post 15 does with the bats. Keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
All right, we are back here, and once again, it's Griffin Paul on the mound here and Micah Chase behind the plate. That's the battery this evening for the Post 400 Rockets. Well-played game so far, pretty clean. I think the very helpful Matt Dakota got our scoreboard working, so we're hoping that is much easier to watch tonight. And hopefully we'll be a little better relaying the counts and all of that fun stuff to you with the help from the scoreboard. Up comes Jared Stahl, third baseman.
So 4, 5, 6, Belter, Stahl, Belter, and Hagnes coming up here in this inning. Again, I think we have to. Paul had 13 pitches last inning. I think we've got to do a better job at being a little bit more patient.
Yeah, make him earn what he's doing there. Jared Stahl, 308 so far this year. He's nice little hit, or duck snort, I guess you'd call it there, over the first baseman.
As Chase Miller would call that, a seeing eye single, or a Texas League single.
Here comes Nick Belter. Nick Belter's one of these guys that pulls most of his hits, but he's had a really good year hitting the ball. And needing to play first base because his shoulder hasn't felt that great. It was kind of fun to hear him Friday morning optional practice. He said, "Boy, I think I finally have my full range of motion with the shoulder. It feels pretty good." So hopefully, sign of even more good things to come from Nick. He has an arm sleeve like you'd have if you were still playing, Kale, right?
Of course. If you got to have the swag. Look good, feel good, you play good. Get that bat down.
Nice job there. Jared Stahl on first base. Plays high school baseball, summer baseball. Also a good football player. Got hurt in the first play of the year for the football team and worked his way back and played a little bit in the spring and now playing in the summer again. And really hard-working kid, really aggressive kid. And starting out really well this summer for the Junior Legion team.
I don't know if there is a nicer, tougher kid in this world. if he
good combination.
Yeah, he is as tough as it gets and is nice. He's just a good overall kid. Little pop up, little duck snort to the shortstop there.
Yeah, good looking swing by Belter. Just looked like he got under it a little bit. Here comes Hunter Hagnes. Number 0, playing left field this evening.
I feel like I'm fairly tuned in, at least to a certain extent, with a kid that's 18 and the music that kind of goes around. But the more and more I listen to some of these walk-up songs, I don't know.
You're not a fan?
No, you know what? I like all types of music, but some of it's just not my taste, and it's not. I don't dislike it or anything. I think it's just new stuff. It's and I can guarantee that as we do this, the longer we do this, the music is going to evolve.
Yeah.
So I'm excited. That's part of the thing that I enjoy most is coming to just the overall experience. It's more than just watching baseball. It's overall like everything, the ambiance, everything.
Yeah.
Just makes it.
Yeah, I think this is probably a sign of age, but I just appreciate when the song comes up that you don't have to worry about if it's the edited version or not. So I kind of appreciate that from Mr. Hagness here.
That's a fair statement. By and large, the kids are pretty good about that.
Definitely. And I've never had one argue when you push back a little bit and say, we probably shouldn't have that one there. They're usually like, okay, we weren't sure. So
I think that is part of the what we call the culture. I think the kids are, they're always going to push the envelope just a little bit, but I think they understand that, that's probably not the way we should go. I think they're pretty good about it.
Yeah, we don't mind them trying if they don't mind us telling them no once in a while, right?
That's a sure thing.
So here comes Caden Barstead, who made the really nice play there out in the last half of the inning out in right field. And he's really had a nice season, hitting the ball hard, big lefty on the mound. He's really come in some tough situations and pitched well. And then as we saw in that last half inning, he's done a really nice job defensively too. So just one of those kids that doesn't complain. Sometimes probably hasn't always gotten the playing time he wanted and all that, and he just kind of keeps coming. And I just have a feeling there's going to be a time in the future that you can't take him out of the lineup. And there you go. He just absolutely hammers one to the right center field gap. That's going to score Jarris, and you think he's getting 3 here, Kale?
As much as I think that was a absolutely beautiful hit. He just
crushed.
He's a kid that just like you said. I think improvement is how I would define him. Just never gives. Like you said, I sometimes that tends to deter kids when they don't get the playing time. I think that's motivated Caden, and I think you're seeing that the benefits as we see it right now.
Yeah, fun to see. Not spiteful or complaining or anything like that. He just kind of goes to work and shows up, and I think he's just going to keep on earning more and more time.
Yeah, he's my former neighbor from across the street, and he's another good kid. He just does his thing and helps mom and dad when they need to, and goes about his business. He's not really flamboyant about anything with that kind of stuff.
So you're telling me despite the neighbor dads, he ended up pretty good?
Oh yeah, I can't. Sometimes you gotta lead the parents by.
Well, here's Will Everson up here with runner in scoring position with Caden there. And as you're always looking for here, you're hoping you can trade places with that guy out in scoring position. Ducks out of the way of the hit by pitch. Pretty full week this week with all the teams playing. A lot of the Babe Ruth teams are playing a lot of games. The 2 Legion teams are playing a lot of games. I think it will be a rush here up to the July 4th break, so there'll be lots of games this weekend. Of course, we have the Big Diamond Days tournament that we've been running here for the last several years. I think this pitcher might be bound and determined to get Will here, but
he's throwing a couple over our heads. I think sometimes sometimes the hand gets sweaty. Sometimes the follow through doesn't go as well as you'd like it to. But I tell you what, good at bat by Will here. If he can,
Yeah, full count, 2 outs, guy third. This can go a couple different ways here. There you go. Take the walk.
That's a great at bat.
Took the walk, and here comes Sam Fletchock. Sam Fletchock has done some nice things this year. He's one of those kids that just continues to get better each year. Loves to golf and a good baseball player. He's one of these guys that hits left, throws right, which is the recommended, that's almost ideal, I would say. And playing second base, good pitching. We've seen really good pitching out of him this year. And had a nice lefty stick in the bottom half of the lineup.
Tell you what, our guys are being a lot more patient this inning. I would say and as you know, as you could tell by the that last batter with Will there, and I think that that's a maturity thing. I think once you can start to think, okay, I gotta make this guy earn it. Gotta make him throw some strikes. And he's been kind of he hasn't controlled the zone. I would say he's been a little erratic, but not bad. Just throws a nice ball, but I think he's just got to be a little bit more consistent with it.
It looks like Paul's throwing pretty hard, doesn't it?
I would say he's got some nice movement on it. He throws pretty hard, but I think he's not consistent with his trying to control the zone. I think if we could just be patient with it here, I think we can get some guys on base. It's a nice pitch there.
Yeah, it was. You alluded to it earlier, but isn't it nice, all these teams that play in the summer across all these programs, it really has exploded, like the amount of kids that are playing Legion baseball. And it was cool that when the big 3-class system came out for basketball, one of the models they used was Legion baseball, because of just how Legion baseball, when they went to levels that you can offer up a bunch of opportunities and you can play like skilled competition. It's amazing how it explodes. We always hear that kids aren't as active now, or they don't do as many things and all that. And it's like, it seems like if the system's set up right and there's that they'll play, right? And
yeah,
they'll definitely play.
Without question. And I think we're just at a point right now that with Casselton, I think first and foremost, our 18-year-olds have had, there's 4 of them. I think that's the class that's, I don't want to say, dictating how the numbers are, but I mean, they started off with Brent, 15 kids or something. It's kind of just weaned its way down, and that's not atypical, but
no.
I think, once the 18s, are gone, I think that, with the 12-year-olds coming up to play Titans and everybody moving up, I think you'll see the numbers rise a little bit.
Yeah. That's been interesting watching that for several years, watching kind of how many kids end up sticking around towards the end, and it almost seems like no matter what you do, you end up with 5 to 10 at the most for your as 18-year-olds, but. One thing that's pretty fascinating is our 17-year-old group played a lot of travel ball, played a lot of ball. They went down to Florida as 12-year-olds, and I think a lot of conventional wisdom would say, oh, boy, you're going to burn those kids out. They're not going to have many kids left, and they've really been the outlier to the high side. There's a lot of kids that are still playing at that age, so pretty interesting.
Yeah, I would say that, I get that. I understand that whole philosophy. I do, but I think that if you really like to play baseball, you really like to play baseball. There's no, questioning that. But, things happen. Like I'll say with, an example would be a Cash Lorenz. Great baseball player. Still would be if he came out. But he's a great basketball player. He's an even better basketball player. So, and I think that they play in a lot of tournaments in the summertime, and I think that he would miss a lot of baseball doing that. So.
Little drop third strike there, and runners advanced. Cole ran that out to first. Big play there early in the game here for post 15.
Yeah, we got guys on first and third again, and that's a key play there, because not everything's guaranteed, of course, but I think that if you drop a third strike, it happens, but I think you got to really make sure that you squeeze that and make the play at first.
Here comes Jonah Tholkus, the nice young catcher that we've talked plenty about here. Yeah, to kind of further go along with your point there, when you talk about guys like a Cash or Andrew Zemer in basketball or different guys like that, it's like we've really transitioned to a spot where obviously we'd love to have every kid love to play baseball and all that kind of stuff, but the kid that goes deep on something else and really like wants to be great at it and is going to spend plenty of productive time doing it, they're the least of our worries, aren't they?
Absolutely. And the old saying is that you want college athletes to play as many sports as they can, and I'm not going to argue that, but that's not for everybody.
Yeah, no question.
Yeah, we got a 3-1 count here to Jonah. I tell you what, if he can, I tell you, it'd be nice to. He's got an opportunity to get in and run here, but I'm not jumping at the chance to swing at something rotten.
Yeah, one thing, it's really fun to watch kids chase it and really want to do things like that, and it sets them up well if they do want to do it in college, because it's the same reason it's good in high school, it's good in college, where it keeps you having a reason to do positive things and have a reason to work hard, have a reason to do study tables, have a reason to work out and do all that kind of stuff. And at the same time, I would always try to remind a kid how much fun it is to compete with your boys in any sport that you get a chance to as well in high school, because you just don't get that experience for long, where a town's following you or a community's following you or a school's following you, right?
Agreed. Yep. Do it as long as you can and have fun with it while you can.
All right. Well, good half inning there for Post 15. And keep watching here as we move on to inning number 3 here on YourLiveEvent.com.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us, and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Here we go. We are back. And leading off for Post 400 will be the second batter, number 26, Lexington Payne. So watch the throw down for Jonah. Looked like he kind of stopped there when he saw Cole walking over the mound. Cole's gotten pretty tall there, maybe too big of a target. He didn't want to ear hole him there on his throw to second. All right, Lexington Payne, center fielder for Post 400, the second batter. Nice little breaking ball there that started at Lexington and worked its way to the inside third of the plate.
I've seen that happen where a kid got ear-holed by getting a catch, throwback from the catcher to the second, but, to throw down. I can't imagine, especially from Jonah, that would feel especially good.
No, that wouldn't feel good at all. Here you go, ball up in the air. It looks like Cole's going to take charge of that. Not going to take any chances on that and go get it himself, so nice play by Cole.
Number 6, Colin Hansen.
Cole, of course, had a great season for the basketball team this winter, and putting in some good time here this summer as well on it, as well as Deutsch out there in center field doing the same. There we got a hit by pitch there for Hansen, the shortstop. That will bring up Connor Rice, the first baseman.
First baseman number 18, Connor Rice.
Ross walked his first time up here in this game. And Hansen, who got on with the hit by pitch there, he struck out in his first at bat. See if Jonah gets his first chance here. Safe at second.
If I had to nitpick, and I'm not, I don't mean to do this at all, because phenomenal. But if he, because his pop is good, but I think if he was able to throw the ball a little quicker, that would add that much, less time for a runner to get to second. I mean, that's nitpicking, but that's all I can do right now because everything looks pretty good because he almost threw that guy out, and it wasn't a particularly great throw. So that tells you how hard that ball's coming.
Yeah, it looked like maybe a breaking pitch there. So I think and a good jump. So I think the runner got a good lead there. Got kind of sometimes you can have those stolen bases where they're kind of stolen before the catcher even gets it, and maybe there's a little bit of that time. So Rice here, the first baseman. And we're sitting with a full count. 1 out, runner in scoring position there. And a rare time where post 15 hasn't kept the forces. So we'll see how the inning works out. Big strikeout there by Boer on the cleanup hitter Rice.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. That will bring up the third baseman Carson Hayes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say I was going to mention earlier about the maybe hitting into a double play. Obviously, that's null and void now, but that's a huge strikeout by Cole. I think anytime you get a guy in scoring position, you'd rather take care of some of that stuff on your own. But really good pitch.
So Cole started out that time, this at bat with breaking pitch that really started on the inside corner and ended on the outside corner. So what's the difference for a batter when the pitcher, that they can throw any of their pitches for strikes at any count? How does that change in at bat for a batter?
To me, I think you just got to be aggressive, and I think you got to kind of know your situation. Good play by Nick.
Nice catch by Belter. Nice inning by Boer. And that's going to bring us to the bottom of the third inning with Post 15 Junior Legion leading 3-0. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471.
All right, we are back. We're back here as Deutsch, Stahl, and Belter will lead off the inning here for Post 15. Looking around the what's going on here tonight. Across town, the 13U Casselton Titans are playing in a game against Kindred. And both of those teams love any chance they get to play each other there. So they're up in the bottom of the fourth. 7-5. Here comes Deutsch. So kind of fun to, a couple other former Casselton names are umping across the way there with Carter Dakota and Logan Broughton. So they're in good hands there in that 13-year-old game. And Coach Nick Martin done a nice job with the Titans so far this year, balancing about 19 kids. They split it up evenly on Wednesday nights, and then on Mondays they sprinkle in some of these extra games. So fun to play the one of the rivals tonight, and always they're going to be well coached on that side too. So you had mentioned in the first inning they're a little impatient, and then they've been pretty patient since. And you think that's the players themselves? You think it's coaches, or you think it's a mixture of the two?
I think it's a combination of it. I think Swanee has mentioned, hey, you know what? The pitcher had a 13 pitch first inning. I think they went to the first 4 batters or whatever it was, first 3 batters. So I think it was there was a message, and I think the guys said, yeah, I think we do, and then obviously it paid off.
Yeah, another good at bat here, full count, foul ball here, so he will move on to his 7th pitch here already. The players on the bench having some fun with Coach Swanson fielding that one.
Great at bat by Jackson.
Yeah, good lead off, good all the way around. Good to get that pitch count up there a little bit. Here comes Jairus Stahl. Jairus is capable of doing about anything up there. He would never be surprised if he poked one out of here. Never be surprised with any kind of extra base hit. And I know he's going to always be running full throttle regardless of what happens.
Whoopsie daisy.
Jackson just did a nice job of getting on base, and we'll see if he can get himself out of this Houdini-wise. Nice execution of the hot box there by Post 400, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were patient. They didn't. I think they. Pickles is a fun thing to kind of do if you're, like a little guy like myself, and a little faster twitch muscles where you can kind of try to, stop quicker. And I think they got him to a point where they got him in such a little space. He just really didn't have much choice, but very well executed by the Post 400 there on that one. I think Jackson just got, stuck flat-footed at some point, and that happens. But, yeah, I would say more pretty well executed by the Post 400 on that.
So we have Andrew Volk behind the plate tonight, doing a nice job. Seems like a consistent zone back there. Down on the, it's down close to where the injury was for him. Maybe it actually hit that same spot right in the ankle.
Yeah, that's not at all what you want if you're Jairus. I think I've seen him get hit on that ankle a number of times, and I can't imagine it feels any better each time he gets hit. Even though it's been a few months, I think it's still it gets him.
No question. Little gonna need a little extra something tonight to make that one feel good, whether we're talking hot tub or ice or something. So hopefully he'll be able to do that. Hopefully he's not affected too bad during the game tonight.
Yeah, he's a tough kid though. He will tough it out. There's no doubts in my mind about that.
Here comes Belter. Had a line out to shortstop. First time up. Hitting the ball hard all year up to this point. Another kind of similar. Oh, we might get doubled off here again. Tough half inning on the base pass for Post 15. Got a couple guys on and didn't have anything to show for it there. So now we'll keep watching here as we move on to the top of the 4th inning. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
Cancel Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
We are back. You know, we haven't had many fall balls tonight, but the fall balls are sponsored by Xcel Energy. Tonight's game is brought to you by Xcel Energy, proudly powering communities like Casselton and across North Dakota. Here comes the catcher, Micah Chase. Batting in the 6th spot in the order. A little dribbler there, foul in front of Stahl at third base.
Well, I'll tell you right now, if that ball got him in the ankle, you'd never know it because he's either toughing it out or it doesn't hurt. And I'd be willing to say it's the prior. He's a tough dude. That's a good pitch. What I like about Cole here is I think he's relaxed. I think he's that breaking ball is absolutely giving them fits tonight.
Yeah, he's just never out of control. Seems to always have a plan up there. And sooner than later, whether it's this year or next year or whatever, he's going to be helping the top team very quickly on the mound as well as other places, right?
For sure. I think he's not he's not a fireballer, but I'll tell you right now, he throws strikes. He's controlled. He's just that breaking ball is nasty, and I think when he uses it appropriately, he just seems like he's always in control.
Yeah, had a really nice Babe Ruth career. Now he's starting out really, really good on the Legion side, and here we go with the second baseman Sam Christofferson. Hit well to left field there. We'll see if Hunter can track that down. He tracks it down and makes it look fairly easily.
Yeah, he was there in good time. That was a good play by Hunter. I tell you what, though, you got a hold of that.
Yeah, gave it a ride.
Yeah, he did.
7th batter, and now the 8th batter and right fielder Gavin Vig stepping to the plate with 2 outs. This it's been a pretty loose team this year, post 15. They like to have a good time out there, but compete hard. Kind of best of both worlds with these guys. They seem to have fun together.
Let's see, he's got a 3-0 count here. Let's see if Cole can come back from this, or if Gavin is going to. Yeah, it's a good move.
There you go.
Good pitch, good weight.
Right down the pipe, that one, and just kind of seemed like that was the exact plan. And does it again. And here we go. Now we're back to full count, 2 outs, and the payoff pitch.
This is where Cole is. This is where he's most effective, I think, right now.
He just did the same thing 3 times in a row. It's like there maybe some fun between the team and the other team's dugout there. So we'll watch as that plays out here a little bit. And here we go. We're moving to the bottom of the 4th inning. Post 15 leading 3-0. keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
And we are back here, and still have Griffin Paul on the mound here for the Rockets. Leadoff hitter is Hunter Hagnes for post 15. My apologies for not keeping up with the score there very well, and thank you for the tip there. And we are back. And hopefully we'll be better at it going forward. Hunter Hagnes leading off, had the really nice play out in left field, made it look easy. Wasn't easy, was a really good hit over his head, and went back on that ball and made a nice play.
This is a guy the post 15 could really use on the base paths right now. He's quick, fast. I think if he can get on, let the guys move him around a little bit.
Yeah, smart player, and gonna get a good jump. Gonna be quick, and hopefully for their sake, he can get on.
Good battle there. 2-2 pitch falls off. See what Paul has left here.
Nice pitch there on the outside third. Tough one. If Hunter's swinging, it'd be tough to do a whole lot with that one. So good pitcher's pitch. Here comes Caden Barstead with one down. Really hit one hard to right center field last inning. Or I should say last time he was up. It's a foul ball to Coach Prianti over in the first base box.
Yeah, he's really gotten big. He's filled out, and I think if he can continue to get, improve his batting, I think he's going to be a force. And he goes oppo there a little bit.
Yeah, that's one thing that I really noticed about him, and maybe not this year in high school as much, but 2 years ago, boy, he hit a lot of hard balls to left center. It's really nice when you can go hard to both gaps. And there he showed it again there, almost really close to a fair ball right down the left field line.
I tell you what, going opposite field is it's awesome when anybody can do it, but a left-handed guy can. It's always that it's just that extra little thing that lefties can do.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be long until Caden gets his first home run. Good power, good sized kid, as you mentioned. He's one of these kids too, where he, all the way up, he played with a different age than his grade. There's a few of those guys on this team, and it's amazing how, they're just a draw to play with your grade. Everyone likes to do that. Well, now all those three boys they're at the age now where they're going to be with their friends now the rest of the way. So kudos to them for staying with it and sticking it out. Here comes Will Leverson, number 1.
Really nice at bat last time he was up at the plate.
Pop fly to shortstop, and looks like this could be a pretty quick inning here for post 400 and Griffin Powell. So here you go. Casselton post 15 still leads 3-0 as we head to the 5th inning here. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Here we are back here. Well played game here thus far. 69 pitches for Boer so far with 44 strikes. 77 pitches with 44 strikes for Griffin Powell. Both of those gentlemen are through 4. And the pitcher against pitcher here. Griffin will lead off. Griffin Powell leading off here against Boer. So it will be 9 top for post 400. Trying to nibble the outside corner, didn't quite get there. Ooh. Right up the middle of that Boer. It's a nice hit there to start it off by Paul. Hopefully Boer's okay.
Charlie Brown him, as they would say. Sometimes in that position as a pitcher, you're just trying to defend yourself. And a lot of times, he comes up with that, and the other part of that time you don't. That's one of those times. Like you said, hopefully he's not too bad. Doesn't look like he's hurt, but.
Now bring the Rockets to the top of the order with Powell on first base. We're sitting here in the top of the 5th inning. Runner on first. Matt Horner, the left fielder, up to bat. It's kind of an interesting hit there. That can be a tough one to field, because you're running up on it and you're kind of expecting the ball to continue to go the same way, but then it can check up because of all the spin that he had on it. But Fletchuk squared it up, did a nice job.
Didn't have a lot to it. I think it had a little bit of spin on it, and I think Sam did a great job of making sure it didn't get by him one way or the other. Made a good play. But I tell you what, that was never a play that was for sure, just because of the trajectory it was taking.
Lexington Payne, the center fielder, up, squares around a bunt. 1 out. 3-0 post 15. Runner at second base. Got Paul at second base. Going to give it a try here on Jonah's arm.
Yeah, he's
not
dead.
going to get it.
Yeah.
Not going to do it.
That's tough.
That is a dangerous thing to run against Mr. Thokus. And Thokus, once again, he has to be up to about 10 thrown out runners so far this year, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's easier thrown to third. It's the same distance, but it's just but that's a tough one. They're going to get 3 up, 3 down, hopefully the old-fashioned way. I don't know if you want to call it the old-fashioned way, but I don't know. That's a tough one. I don't think they'll probably try that again much, but
yeah, that can be a momentum herder for you, right? Where you go from having a guy in runner in scoring position with 1 out, and next thing you know, it's 2 outs, and let's see here what happens there. Deutsch started to make it look like he might give it a shot. We've seen him dive forward on some of those balls and made some really tough catches. Probably didn't feel like he could quite get to that one.
I think there, though, that's case in point right there. And you know, hindsight's always 20/20, but I think if you just get a good lead and a good secondary lead at second, I think you're better off, especially now with that nice little base hit there.
We got two outs, and Colin Hansen comes to the plate.
That's why I'm not the coach, Brent. That's just me up here talking.
But as you've told me many times, when you have the microphone, you can say pretty much whatever you want. Right?
That is I will go out to the grave with that on my gravestone.
You know,
it's a good
hit
play
up
by
Daverson there up the middle.
Good play by Willard there.
And there we go. Now we're going to move to the bottom of the 5th inning. Post 15 leads 3-0. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
The 130th Annual Norman County Fair, June 24th through 27th, Ada, Minnesota. FFA Day. New this year, Jindo Bingo, the big air ATV show in the R&J Broadcasting Grandstand. Plus free music, basketball challenge, Check 6 Veterans Day, Youth Day, Senior Day, racing, the Mooncats, lumberjack shows, and so much more. For the full schedule, visit NormanCountyFair.com. Norman County Fair, Ada, Minnesota, June 24th through 27th. It's where summer begins. The fun never ends.
All right, we are back here. And we should have Sam Fletchak and to the top of the order here. So the lefty is going to be strolling up there. Griffin Paul's still on the mound and not super close to any kind of pitch count or anything like that. I'm guessing he'll be out there for a while. Yeah, really nice inning for post 15, helped out by the runner being thrown out at third.
That is he was on pace for to come out pretty early if that second inning would have dictated anything. But I'll tell you there, right now I think that they hung tight. The defense for the post 400 has played pretty well, and I think that Powell himself has actually pitched a nice game since that.
Yeah.
Because I had 38 pitches in that second inning, and I think that's no easy task to come back from that.
Question. All right, we move to the bottom of the 5th inning here. Well played game by both sides so far. One advantage, we're not that far removed from having, 18 to 20 kids on one team, or in this case, it would have had maybe 23 kids on one team. The Junior Legion level helps immensely. There's some teams out there like Devils Lake, for example, their second team plays Class B, and that helps too in either one of them. Just getting some, being able to have a full year with good competition, getting a lot of at-bats, getting a lot of pitching, getting a lot of fielding, and really sets you up well for the future.
I think that another thing that I'll go on my deathbed saying that I think that it helps when they have a good competition and it's meaningful.
Yeah, they got state tournament here that they're looking forward to here. Obviously, hopefully we play a lot of games between now and then, but they'll get to play a state tournament up in Grand Forks on the nice fields up there. And, excuse me, have a chance to make a run at that. And then, like you say, some of those kids could go and join the Class A team if they make it to the next level. You also just think of what that does for your overall program. Everybody ends up getting more playing time, and everybody ends up being more competitive. Just in a very small sample size, the 2 years that we've had 2 Legion teams, we got first in state and second in state. And and I don't think those things are major coincidences. I think, some of it, the chicken and egg may be tough. You might just have a lot of kids that like baseball in those years, so that gives you 2 teams. But I also think it just sets up you really well for development. That's crushed. Thulkus hammers that ball over the center fielder head.
I thought he was going. That center fielder really picked that up pretty well. Great hit though. He smoked that.
Yeah, he did. That was not a fly ball that got over the center fielder's head. That was a line drive right from the bat.
Yeah.
Thulkus on second there, and you're looking at Jackson Deutsch coming up, who's had a really good year hitting so far. That, like you say, you'd like to see him trade places with Joda.
The thing of it is that when you're, I don't always judge a good play by the first baser, that pitcher there. Yeah,
That was
wow.
a really nice play.
And I don't always judge, outfielders by if they get burned or not all the time. But I think that play in particular, he got right after it. He could have said, yes, I'm not going to get this. Got back after it, and he limited to him. I could have been a triple.
Yeah, really did a good job holding the runner to second there, and there they got out of it with no runs in the inning. So here we go. Keep paying attention here and watching on yourliveevent.com to watch how Boer does in the next half inning.
The World of Outlaws late models are coming to Norman County Raceway on June 30th, 2026. Infield seating, your chance to meet your favorite National Touring Series drivers, and much, much more. Tickets are available now at ncraceway.com. Order yours today, and we'll see you June 30th, 2026.
All right, we're back here. Boer still on the mound. Boer sitting at 81 pitches, 50 strikes. Powell right with him again with 85 pitches and 50 strikes. Good battle between those two. Really matching each other blow for blow. And as we watch Stolkus throw it down to second there, we're ready to start the inning. And Connor Rice, the first baseman, is going to lead off for Post 400. Yeah, so the Legion makeup is you have the AA teams, which is the biggest team. A lot of your, biggest towns around the state. That's where they play. And then you have your Class A. That's where Casselton and Devils Lake, Wahpeton, Kindred, Park River, all a bunch of really good teams play there. And then the second teams for those big metro teams play there. Then you have Junior Legion, which is what we're watching tonight. There's about 11 or 12 teams across the state playing Junior Legion. Then you have the Class B, the historical Class B smaller town teams play in a division. So there's really 4 divisions now, and good competition across all of it as Post 15 gets the first out there.
Good play by Will.
Something that's coming on the horizon for Casselton and Kindred and Park River and many of those towns is they're the only 15-year-olds that play that play Babe Ruth across the state are Class B towns, and there's probably not a long future in Class B for a lot of those towns that I mentioned. So there really is a decision of, do you move your 15-year-olds up to Legion, or do you create a separate league for Babe Ruth amongst those 15-year-olds? And there you go, strikeout there for Boer for the second out of the inning. But Kale, we're both on the committee here in town, the baseball committee. So that's a decision on the horizon, isn't it?
It certainly is. I know it's not a lot of. I don't think it's something that a lot of the upcoming 15-year-old parents are going to want to, have to deal with. But I think at some point, if Casselton baseball continues to grow, I think it's inevitable that those 15s will plan to play in Legion. I mean, and I'll be honest with you, I think, watching the state Babe Ruth tournament last year with us in Park River, to me, and it's not a popular opinion around here, I get it, and I'll take the heat for it, but I think that the 2 teams that were at the top of the heap, I think were, should probably end up bowing out at some point.
Yeah, and, Thompson, of course, was right up there as well. A lot of good, good historical towns there, of course. You have a town like Lemoore that maybe doesn't have the numbers that those other towns have that we mentioned, but a good historical program. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where all of it goes. I think it really it really depends on what you're looking for from a program perspective, but also there just might not be a choice from a program perspective. It may end up being a state thing as well, and really you got to think about, are you going to get in front of it, or are you going to be forced to do it in whatever way that it comes out?
Yeah. Well, Taylor made double play, but there's only 2 outs, so there we go. A nice play by Sam and Will there to end the inning, huh?
Yeah, nice play. Sam's having a nice game over there at second base, and fun to see. There we got the 3rd out, and we'll move to the bottom of the 6th inning. Stay tuned as Post 15 is leading 3-0 over the Post 400 Rockets. Keep watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with Your Live Event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at YourLiveEvent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
We're back here, and looks like Griffin Powell is still on the mound here, as we would have expected. And, he's following right along well with Mr. Boer. 85 pitches, 50 innings. Had a strong night, really. He's only had 3 walks. He's had 5 strikeouts. It's amazing how close their lines are. Really, almost everything except for the runs are pretty similar. Hits are close. Walks are dead on. Strikeouts are really close. So that's interesting. And here we go with Jared Stahl leading it off. Hopefully he's moving a little better after getting beamed in that already tender ankle.
Yeah, I think he is. I saw him kind of hip scopping and jumping around over there in the last half inning. So I think he's okay. I don't think he's 100%, but I think he's, like I said, you're gonna have to break his leg for him to stop doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
It's a long foul ball there. Long.
Regardless of what the question is, competitively wise and staying active wise with Jairus, the answer is yes. He's always going to err on the side of getting out there and playing some ball, and we sure love watching him.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Starting to think the bat's looking a little small in his hands. He's a big, strong kid. Spends a lot of time in the weight room. Does all the right stuff. That bat just keeps on shrinking in his hands, it looks like. Oop. Little tough, odd spinner there. And I think my guess is Rice, if he had to do over again, may have just kind of taken a step over there. But that can do an optical illusion with you. That can be kind of a weird one.
Sometimes that knuckles, and you just don't know where it's going to drop down. And I think sometimes the guys are thinking, okay, well, if I go get this, I'm not going to have time to get back to the base to get him out. So it's a tweener, and it's a tough one. Yeah.
Once again, the great part about that is you get to be in those situations and try it out and live it. And then, by the time you're 16, 17, 18, you've already done all those things where sometimes those are hard situations to learn on the bench. So fun to see.
Nick Belter takes one off the dome, and I think they're going to make a pitching change here.
Yeah. I think the dad joke about using your head though there is mandatory.
Yeah. Yep.
So guys in first and second here, as once again doing a horrible job of keeping up with all this stuff, and looks like Are we getting a pitching change there? Looks like Colin Hansen's going to be coming in. And while he does his warm-up pitches, we'll go to break. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
All right, we are back. We are back here with Colin Hansen, as we mentioned before break. Coming in to pitch. It looks like a straight switch there with Powell. Powell going to shortstop. And Hansen coming in from shortstop to pitch. Good move there. You know, it's fun to see a lot of these teams, too. They just do a really great job of managing arms and keeping kids healthy so they can return and be just as good in their next outing. Fun to see. So here we go. Hunter Hagnes coming up with guys in first and second, no outs. Are you expecting any tricks up their sleeve by Mr. Swanson here? What are you expecting?
I mean, I'd bunt here, but
oh, looked like Jairus.
He took one
for
the
that
team
ball
there.
somewhere there. I'm not sure, like a chest maybe or something. I don't know, but it looked like it didn't feel very good, but he's smiling.
I'll tell you right now, anytime the ball hits Jairus, I feel sorry for the baseball.
That's right. That's right. Looked like he was smiling and having a good time. You know, the danger for him is any of that may end up on his fan page. So you just never know.
Yeah, Jairus, he's got a fan page, and I think it's a pretty popular one. He's a character.
He is a character and takes it well. Super good sense of humor about it. And, you know, my son Will's one of his good buddies, and I always have to remind him that Jairus is bigger than you. So you hope that he takes it. You hope he takes it well. So, Hansen keeping him honest there at second. Little dribbler there, foul to Coach Swanson. So now we got 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Guys on first and second. Looks like Hunter's swinging away now. You expect anything differently here, Kale?
Yeah, I think he's gonna be nice to get him a little bingo here. That was good. Good take there.
Close pitch there, right by the inside corner, but I think correctly called by Andrew Volk there, saying it's off the plate. There's a little ground ball. That could be a productive one. We'll see. Nice hustle by Belter. Shoulder must be feeling good. Heads for a slide in the second place. Maybe to the chagrin of his parents, but I don't think Nick knows how to play any other way. So here we go. 1 out. Guys in first and third. Caden Barstead, who we've talked about a couple times tonight, looked really good with the bat. He, him and Tholikus have the 2 doubles tonight up here in a place where he could really do some damage. A little interesting play there, throwing down to second base, but cut off and no one going. But I wouldn't doubt if Hagnes does go in the near future.
There he is.
Luckily pulled that to the left side. Ooh, and they are going to call him out. Pulled the throw a little to the left side, but the ball definitely got there earlier in him. So we called him out, and we got 2 outs. Guy at third with Barstead up.
Be nice to see Barstead put one in the gap here again. Get another, a little bit of insurance.
Turn it down a minute. Yeah, Barstead, if he keeps on swinging it like he has all night, that could end up with an insurance run pretty quickly here. Really close to a hit by pitch there, coming in close to Barstead.
Backing him off the plate, perhaps.
Full count, 2 outs. Let's see what happens on the payoff pitch. Another inside pitch there, right by him. Looks like we might have had the, oh no, it was right. So there's a walk for Barstead. And Hansen, here comes Will Everson coming to the plate. Guys on first and third. Something going on there. I suppose they're deciding what to do with in case of a stolen base here by Barstead. Pop fly to left field. And left fielder Horner squeezes out one to end the inning. And here we go. We'll be going to the top of the 7th inning. No one has scored since the bottom of the 2nd here. It's still 3-0. Post 15 over the Post 400 Rockets. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
Now batting, Gavin Vague here, 8-9-1. Welcome back here on yourliveevent.com. Cole Bohr still out there at the 95 pitch mark. We'll see how long Coach Swanson lets him go. I think the max is 105, so it won't be too long. But maybe seeing if they can get an out or two out of him, or maybe even finish the inning, depending on how this goes. So either way, terrific outing by both him and Paul tonight. We've really been treated to some clean baseball tonight, and that's been enjoyable to watch. Vig doing a nice job here, extending this at bat here a little bit with some foul balls, and really Cole doing a nice job of just going after him with strikes to try and stay in this game as long as he possibly can. Nice pitch.
Nice
there.
pitch. Just barely missed on that one.
That was about like the pitch in the last half inning that Volk called the ball. You know, really consistent, like we talked about with his zone. Just a little inside. Foul ball. Stahl got over there, squared it up, ready to throw it over, but just barely foul. Vig digs back in as much as you can dig in on the turf. Nice breaking pitch by Boer.
Good at bat here by Vig.
Yeah, I think Coach Swanson's gotten everything he could possibly ask for out of Cole tonight. And really defense has played pretty dang well behind him. Save for maybe a play here, play there. They've really played well. Did he get that one? Or not quite?
That fence gets to be a kind of a deterrent sometimes. Not sure exactly where it's going to be. And guys can say you got it all you want or you got room all you want. Sometimes that doesn't always work. That's a great at bat by Vig there.
Really was not ideal for Boer there, and Boer did a great job of just attacking him and going after him, but he just kept falling off pitches, extending the at bat, and maybe a little bit of fatigue set in there, but boy, Boer was excellent. And it looks like we may end up with a straight switch here with Will Everson coming in to close or to try to close it out, I should say. And Cole will go to shortstop. While he throws his warm-up pitches, we will take a break. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
Here we go, coming back in the top of the 7th inning here. Runner on first base for post 400. Will Everson comes in to pitch for post 15, and that will bring up the gentleman that just finished pitching on their end, Griffin Powell, who has had a nice night. Ooh, did he get him? That was a close one. And had him leaning, but I think that's a good call.
Pitch. That's a one thing you like to see from pitchers, is to see if they can work ahead.
Well, that's hit well out to Hagnes, but it looks like Hagnes is ready for it once again. Hunter playing a really nice left field this evening. There's a first out of the inning for post 15. Once again, runner at first base there with Vega out there, and post 400 Rockets come to the top of the order with Matt Horner, the left fielder. Pinch hitter here, number 21, Jack Carlson. I believe he's brand new to the game. Lefty. Look like a little bit of a cutter slider type thing there. A little bit of movement on it. Post 15 wearing the pins, vest style that with the black undershirt underneath it. There we got the hit by pitch there. So Carlson comes in. Productive right away with the hit by pitch. Guys on first and second now. One out. And looks like we'll have a re-entry here with number 31, Matt Horner, who's been leading off all night and playing left field all night. Looks like he's coming back in here for Carlson. And that will bring up number 26, Lexington Payne, the center fielder.
Sounds like a 1980s sitcom.
Yeah.
Big kid.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Big righty stepping in the box here in Payne. Game getting interesting quickly with the tying run now at the plate. And a 2-0 count in his favor.
It's a big cut. He was looking for it.
Yeah. It kind of looked like that ball was pretty close to down the middle, but maybe he was cheating a little bit and stepping a little bit out with that left foot and ran out of bat a little bit. So here we go. Even with the count, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. An interesting one, a little bit inside that same pitch that we've seen a few times. That every time Volko's called a ball, done a really nice job there behind plate. Here we go, full count, 1 out. Guys on first and second. Nice pitch, nice swing. And we'll go on to the next pitch. What are you expecting here? You expecting straight fastball?
He's gonna try and fool him. I think he's gonna come with a curve here. I think he's gonna break him off.
Got a pop fly. Let's see if and Tholkus has enough room. Really nice play by Tholkus.
Good play by Jonah.
Really nice play there. Very comfortable. Here we go. 2 outs. Post 400 have to love having their 3-hitter up in this situation. Guys on first and second, and post 15 probably likes having. They still have the forces here and a 3-run lead. So we'll see who wins.
Good pitch.
Nice pitch. Nice pitch. A little scary pitch. A little scary throw on the way back to the pitcher there. Luckily I was able to trap that thing and keep all the runners where they're supposed to be. There's a hit there. Caden going after. What a play by Caden.
That's a great play.
What a play by KB. Caden Barstead. You know, we talked a lot about him tonight. Really nice job there. That closes the game out. Post 15 wins 3-0 over the Post 400 Rockets. Just a well-played game all across the board. Lot to like about that game. So what we're gonna do here, after the break, during the break, we're gonna talk about who gets which awards. And the first award that we'll hand out after break is the Agassiz Precision Egg Play of the Game, your local precision planting dealer, Agassiz Precision Egg in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. Next, we'll do the HTC connection of the game. Discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone. It's how to connect. HalsteadTel.com. And usually that's that's maybe a big hit in the game or something like that. And then lastly, and most certainly not least, we'll do the Enbridge Player of the Game. Life Takes Energy, Enbridge. Energy for Life, Enbridge.com for career opportunities. We will discuss this, and we'll come back after the break to let you know who gets which awards. Keep watching here on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Welcome to the 130th Annual Norman County Fair, June 24th through 27th, Ada, Minnesota. FFA Day. New this year, Jindo Bingo, the big air ATV show in the R&J Broadcasting Grandstand. Plus free music, basketball challenge, Check 6 Veterans Day, Youth Day, Senior Day, racing, the Mooncats, lumberjack shows, and so much more. For the full schedule, visit NormanCountyFair.com. Norman County Fair, Ada, Minnesota, June 24th through 27th. It's where summer begins and the fun never ends.
General. All right, we are back. We are back in some really fun discussions there because it was such a good game. So the first one that we're going to talk about is the Agassiz Precision Play of the Game. Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Agassiz Precision Ag in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit planterdoc.com. A lot of good choices in this game, but ultimately, which one did we decide?
I don't think it's to me, I'm just going to throw this out there a little bit. I don't think it's one play. I think plays of the game, I think you got to really think about that play in the first inning from Jackson to Jonah at the plate and got that guy out at the plate. And then the other one to me is that throw out to third that guy got caught stealing at third from Jonah. I mean, that's a big, both plays changed it could have, I mean, we don't know now, but that's a second out with a guy with no guys in scoring position and 2 outs. That's huge.
Yeah,
I that's where I'm going.
Yeah, in a 3-0 game, to have one guy thrown out the plate, one guy thrown out at third, and then by the way, Caden Barstead lays out and catches one and right to finish the game, and all of those, especially with that ending the game, we may have went with Caden Barstead, but we really wanted to save Caden for the next thing, the connection of the game. HTC, discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone, it's how to connect. HalsteadTel.com. Talk about Caden's connection.
I tell you what, it was the most solid hit of the night, and it went for a double, scored the first run. Caden was 1 for 2 with a walk, 1 RBI. I tell you what, he was in line for, player of the game, possibly too, but obviously play of the game too. Kid just had an absolute overall well-rounded game tonight, defensively and offensively. There's no question we got to give connection to the game to Caden Barstead.
Yeah, you look back at that half inning. Jonah starts out with a single on a line drive, and then Belter lines out. Hangnis has a strikeout, and then Barstead strokes that ball to right center, gets post 15 on the board, and then they end up going on to score their other 2 runs that inning too. So really hard not to give that one to him.
Yeah.
And like you say, you could have done a lot worse than giving him the player of the game. But I think the reason we couldn't give him the player of the game, which is Enbridge player of the game, Life Takes Energy, Enbridge Energy for Life, Enbridge.com for career opportunities. It's impossible to give anyone other than Colbor the player of the game in this game, right?
100%. I had him for 6 innings, 4 hits allowed, 4 walks, 6 strikeouts, no runs allowed. just steady as Eddie goes. He really, again, the strikeout typically isn't his thing. I mean, he can strike guys out. Don't get me wrong. Again, like I said, but I think he nitpicks and he gets guys to ground out softly and things like flyouts. But tonight he had he had 6 strikeouts. That's solid. You know what I mean? So, and only 4 hits allowed. Great game by Cole. And also had an RBI. He's 0 for 3, but had an RBI, which is another, it's big. So at the plate and then the pitching for sure, I would say that Cole Boer is our Enbridge player of the game. Yeah,
listen to this. You have, he gave up 4 hits. Paul gave up 4 hits. He had 4 walks. Paul had 4 walks. He had 6 strikeouts. Paul had 5 strikeouts. Pretty much everything the exact same. And such great defense on the post 15 side tonight, right? Like, it was really hard to pick out the play of the game when you have those 3 that you can call out. And it's not really calling out all the, all just making the plays you should and very few errors. So 2 great pitching performances, and maybe the difference was just the overall team played so well.
Yep.
Anything else that you saw tonight that you'd like to call out?
I would like to throw a stray at, and I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but Jarrett Stahl was 2 for 2 tonight with a run scored.
Yeah.
It's no, the kid is, he's just a gamer. He comes in and he's gonna give you something. He played. He's got that. Honestly, if a guy didn't know he had a bum ankle outside of getting hit in the ankle, in the 5th or the 6th or whatever, you'd never know it because the kid just is. He's tough. He's gonna come out. Good luck getting him out of the game.
Yeah.
Because he's just a gamer. But again, 2 for 2 with a run scored. That doesn't go unnoticed.
Yeah, I think what you know with him, you knew he's not coming out of the game. You knew nothing like that was happening. 4 hits total for post 15. He had 2 of them, as you mentioned. Jonathan Hokus hit that one screamer over the center fielder's head. Caden Barsid hit the screamer to right center. That was our HTC connection of the game. So those 2 hits become even bigger when you only have 4 total.
100%. Agreed.
Looking over, Everson, nice job closing out the game. But really, we just can't say enough about these 2 starting pitchers, right? Like, Paul was wonderful for Post 400, and Boer, our Enbridge player of the game, was just wonderful as the starter for Post 15.
Without question. You take away that second inning, you can't do that because that's how baseball goes. But I tell you what, this game is as even Stevens as it gets.
Yep. Well, hopefully the second one lives up to how well this first one was played. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com, and we'll be back for the nightcap.
Late models are coming to Norman County Raceway on June 30th, 2026. Infield seating, your chance to meet your favorite National Touring Series drivers, and much, much more. Tickets are available now at ncraceway.com.
Order yours today, and we'll see you June 30th, 2026.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the 3-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neelsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471. Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yield and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Welcome to the 130th Annual Norman County Fair, June 24th through 27th, Ada, Minnesota. FFA Day. New this year, Jindo Bingo, the big air ATV show in the R&J Broadcasting Grandstand. Plus free music, basketball challenge, Check 6 Veterans Day, Youth Day, Senior Day, racing, the Mooncats, lumberjack shows, and so much more. For the full schedule, visit NormanCountyFair.com. Norman County Fair, Ada, Minnesota, June 24th through 27th. It's where summer begins. The fun never ends.
The World of Outlaws late models are coming to Norman County Raceway on June 30th, 2026. Infield seating, your chance to meet your favorite National Touring Series drivers, and much, much more. Tickets are
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. Three, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neillsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
All right, we are back, and we're going to go through the starting lineups for the nightcap. as the coaches and umpires meet. This game, Alex Everson will be behind the plate, and Andrew Volk will be on the bases. And as we see the coaches meeting there before the game. So the starters for Post 400 Rockets, left field will be Matt Horner once again, and then in center field will be Lex Payne, named shortened on the lineup this game. First baseman Colin Hansen, third baseman Carson Hayes, catcher batting number 5 is Micah Chase, right fielder is Hayden Halverson, second baseman Sam Christofferson, designated hitter is Jack Carlson, shortstop is Griffin Powell, who had the great game on the mound in the first game. And then the pitcher for this game is going to be Connor Rice. And then for your post 15, leading off is going to be the shortstop Cole Boer, who was just brilliant on the mound as well in that first game. Catcher is Jonah Tholkus. A couple huge plays, huge hit in that first game. Center fielder Jackson Deutsch, same thing, great play in the outfield. Jared Stahl, the only player with 2 hits, 2 of the 4 hits at first base. Nick Belter is also out there, and Caden Barstead will be the pitcher this evening, who as you know you heard us talk about had just a whale of a game in that first game all around. Second baseman will be Caden Thompson. We'll call him KT a lot tonight. Third baseman at the hot corner will be Will Everson, and then in left field will be Hunter Hagness. And then playing right field this evening and not in the batting order will be Wesley Overland. And, it should be a good second game here. Hopefully it can live up to how good the first one is. Both of these are counter games, so the second game matters just as much to the first game as the first game. We appreciate you still being tuned in and staying live and watching us against Post 400, against Post 15. One thing I guess I looked at this is just, the first thing you want to see is like, okay, how have these guys done? How's Post 400 Rockets? How have they been in the league? They started out the year early June against the Rattlers. Post 15 really struggled against the Rattlers as well. Lost 2 pretty lopsided games there. They played the Post 400 Astros, which is the other team in their own division. They split with them. Actually 10-run them one game and then lost 14-9 the other game. They played Jamestown's Junior Legion team and lost 2 one-run heartbreaking games. So, and then looking down, West Fargo Spikes. West Fargo Spikes, that kind of must be their 5th team because West Fargo has 2 Class A teams. Kudos to them for doing that. And then they have the Rattlers, who look to be quite good this year at the Junior Legion level. And then the Spikes. Looks like the Spikes did get the Rockets both times, so they're probably a pretty strong team here as well. Kindred and the Rockets split. Kindred beat them in a close game, and the Rockets 10-runned them in the other game. And then now here we go. We got they won the first game, or Post 15 won the first game against them in a very close game. So we'll see what the nightcap brings. We're going to take a super quick break here and keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471.
All right, we are back. We are back just in time here to watch Rice, who's going to be the pitcher this evening, pitching to Micah Chase. Micah Chase catching both games this evening. And Cole Boer leading off, who just had a fantastic, brilliant game. He was our Enbridge player of the game in the first game. He's going to be leading off here. And Kale Lewis will be joining us here at the beginning. Nice pitch right off the bat. Starting ahead for Connor Rice. Looks like a foul ball there First baseman Colin Hansen going over there hard, but just ran out of room. Young fan feeling good and lucky to go grab that foul ball. Looks like those foul balls will be sponsored by Xcel Energy. Xcel Energy is proud to support Casselton baseball and the community spirit that brings everyone together. Xcel Energy, making energy work better. It's a good segue into this weekend with the Diamond Days tournament. That's exactly what that feels like, doesn't it? It brings the community together, brings a lot of volunteers together, brings a lot of towns, other towns across the youth divisions as well as the Babe Ruth divisions. We're doing Babe Ruth this year because our weekends were pretty busy from a Legion perspective. It's just a fun weekend all the way around, isn't it, Gil?
I think it's become, as the years have gone on, I think it just gets bigger, and I don't want to say bigger and bigger because I don't think it's not eclipsing every year, but I think it's honestly on everyone's calendar to come back that can. I think that from an opponent standpoint, I think a lot of kids love to come here and play. They get to play on that softball field, that turf, and they get their names announced. And I tell you that it's just, I can tell you right now, as a 10 or 11-year-old, even a 12-year-old, that's a big deal, and parents love it. And it's, we're a stone's throw away from Fargo.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just a big deal.
Absolutely, and the spirit of it, is like a bigger Class B town, maybe smaller Class A towns, and similar towns across. If there's been times where we've had some Minnesota schools and some South Dakota schools, and of course there'll always be exceptions. We might have some bigger towns sometimes, and but it really has become that. And what's really fun is there's a lot of times you'll have whoever you have show up at the older divisions, you also have some of those same teams at the younger divisions. So it's a fun tournament for those towns too.
And I kind of beat around the bush around your question. It's amazing what the community will do when they're asked to, even if they're not asked, they'll come in and volunteer. Hey, what can I do? Those types of things. It's absolutely amazing to see that. There are a lot of people that, I lived in Casselton for 25 years or so, and a lot of these people I don't really even know, but now I do because, they step up and they are helping out and volunteering. That's great to see that.
Yeah, one thing you see a lot of, you see these guys guys and gals that it's been a while since they've had kids play at those age divisions, and they still spend a lot of time and put a lot of time into it. And it's kind of come one, come all. It's like we'll take any helpers that are willing to do it, and we've just had so many good folks step up. And yeah, it's been a great thing. I remember way back when Ryan Johnson sitting in a meeting and saying, "Hey, why don't we call it Diamond Days?" And I remember thinking, like, what does it really matter, whatever. But it's really had a name now. It's really that's been a cool thing. And Mallory Vork does a great job of creating the shirts every year, and that's been a thing. You see the different shirts out there, and it's just been a lot of fun.
I'll tell you one thing about Mallory. She really outdoes herself every time. She is amazing.
No question.
And NorthDakotaTough.com, that's amazing. She just did a couple shirts for me with Grayson's face on it and some pictures, and I tell you what, I can't thank Mallory enough for that. She is
he got into that one.
He got lifted. Woofda. That's what you can kind of expect out of Jairus, though.
Yep.
You just never know. It could be a single right up the middle. It could be a little blooper here and there. Or you could get that. He just put one right over the left fielder's head, and that was a line shot.
Yeah, that ball was crushed. And, Mallory's been great. Mallory's helped in so many different ways. It's unbelievable. And, I see her on one of the ads here in between, and it's really cool how she's gotten logos for all of our different levels, and she creates apparel for all the different levels, and she's been a real force of nature, and we're lucky to have her.
Absolutely.
So here comes Nick Belter, number 2. Talked a little about him. Talked a little bit about his labrum issue that he had, but how he's really working himself back into being pretty healthy, and he's really done a nice job at the plate so far this year.
This is my I've only gotten to watch the kids a couple, 2-3 times, play. And from what I can tell, Nick is he's pretty controlled. He's got control. He hits the ball hard, makes good contact, nice swing.
So he, similar to Caden, he's one of these kids that, technically he's 16 now, right? This is the second year in Legion, but now his age matches up with the Legion age of others his grade. So, he's a kid that could play at least 2 more years after this, and we're excited for that. He's really a good part of the team. So there he flew out to end that inning. Good start, though, for Post 15. We have the 1-0 lead here, and one thing that you'll notice with the Junior Legion 2 counter games is the second game, the away team will be the home team. So that's why you see Casselton hitting first here, and Post 400 coming up in the bottom. So keep watching, and we'll see how Caden Barstead does on the mound here in the bottom half of the first inning. Keep watching YourLiveEvent.com.
Casselton Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
All right, we are back. We got the big southpaw on the mound here, and Caden Barstead had the great catch to end the game. In game 1, had the big first ribby of the game, which ended up being all of the scoring happened in that, and that was 2 outs when he came up with only 1 guy on base. So he flies out or strikes out or does anything like that, who knows what ends up happening with that game, right? So he really powered the 3-run inning. So if it wasn't for Colbour being exceptional in that first game, Caden would have been the surefire pick of player of the game, right? But I think the hard part was we wanted to give him the connection to game. He was, you could have done a lot worse than giving him the play of the game, and then he was in the running for the player of the game too. So good game by Barstead. And here we see focus. Both catchers might catch all 14 innings tonight. You don't see that all the time, do you?
No, that's a tough one, especially for my kid. I think he loves doing it, but I think after 7 innings, his knees get to be pretty sore. So he gets a chance to play some outfield on occasion, and he really likes that as well. So just a little bit different philosophies for different teams, and I don't know if the Post 15 has another catcher or not here on the roster, but at any rate, I mean,
some of it can be a little more by necessity, right? And I'd say one of the big reasons that Jonah, one of the great reasons that he's such a good fit on this team is you really want to get him as many innings as possible too. So maybe that plays into this as well. And there's a fall ball there at Excel Energy, and Excel Energy is sponsoring the fall balls. At Excel Energy, they're committed to delivering safe, reliable energy while working toward a smarter energy future. From supporting local communities to investing in cleaner energy solutions, focused on making energy work better for you. Pop fly there. I'm not sure that's his ball, but he was pretty bound and determined to get that one, and did a nice job. He's probably not going to miss very many of those either. So nice to see that. Nice play.
I think sometimes those they probably start in a certain position and maybe just carried with them, but it's not that windy, so I think maybe sometimes that guy just gets caught up looking for it and sees where it's at, but he did make a good play for sure. That's no question.
Here comes and ultimately what you want is you want everyone going after that ball.
Without question.
You want everyone hollering for it, and then it comes down to priority, right?
Yep.
So if he's the only one running after it and he's the only one yelling for it, thank goodness he did.
Yeah.
So here comes Lex Payne, center fielder for Post 400. You talked about him as a big athlete in the first game.
Yeah, he's a solid. He's a big kid. Plays center field.
Pop fly. We'll see how they do with priority in this one. Once again, I don't know if you draw it up that way. I don't think you have your pitcher get that typically, but once again, we got the out. So so we'll take it.
Yeah. I think sometimes, and I've seen this where some coaches will actually say, you know, if that happens, the pitcher you just need to get out of the way. And of course that doesn't. I mean, it's of course by, you know, it doesn't. You know, people coach it differently and whatnot, but like you said, though, we got the out, and I think that's the main thing.
This one's hit well. We'll see if the fielder can get over there. Nice job closing the gap by both Jackson and Wes Overland out there. Jackson Deutsch and Wes Overland. That ball was hit really well.
Nice gapper, but they both closed well. Jackson got it running to his left. Has to switch his feet and then throw get the hit to cut off, and he did it pretty well. But that's a nice hit, you know, with 2 outs for the Post 400 team.
Definitely
making some noise here.
Yeah, both Deutsch and Wes Overland had good. Were productive members of the Central Cass track team this year, and they showed it on that play. Really getting over there, but really great hit there as well, where they just really didn't have a chance to get that one. And here we go with Carson Hayes, the third baseman, coming to the plate for Post 400. Barstead has 2 outs here. I think hopefully the arms are kind of back. They really had to get extended down in Sioux Falls, and hopefully it was just a little bit of soreness and tiredness. I don't think anyone got overpitched down there. It was just one of those early in the season, all hands on deck type of situation for both them and the Haymakers.
Yeah, there's no question. We were quite literally down to our probably last guy or so.
Yeah.
With the Haymakers. It's just with a game against the Fargo Jets, Post 2 Jets the Friday prior, and then you got games on Saturday, Sunday. It's tough. Or Thursday prior, and then you get games Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Makes for a pretty long weekend for arms and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, we talk about arms, and you talked about your son can have sore knees if he's doing 2 games in a row. The bigger question is, how would your knees be if you did 14 innings?
I'm not walking. I am not walking. Even I think when I was probably that age, I probably would bellyache a little bit. But yeah, I'm a little biased on catchers, but I think that it's a tough position. It's not something everybody can do or even wants to do for that matter. That could be trouble.
Yeah, nice job there squaring it up, making sure it doesn't get past him.
Yep.
It'd be interesting if back then, if they had the knee savers and they had the whole thing where you could have a knee down and all that kind of stuff. It really is some smart innovation to the catching position that is allowing these guys to probably save on their knees a little bit.
Yeah, there's no question about that.
Nice.
Good effort there by JD.
Yeah, nice try there by Deutsch, but that does score the run. Really, you love to see outfielders that can come forward. That's a tough play, and there's a lot of guys that just are not good at that. Jackson Deutsch is not afraid to come forward hard on those plays.
Yeah, he's going to give 110%. There's no question about that. He understands that if people are doing their job, if the ball gets by him, there should be a backup. So that's kind of how the outfielders. That's when you got outfielders that know each other's tendencies and have played together a while. That's the hey, you know what? JD's going to go for that every time. If it's short, he's going to go for it. So I got to back him up. That's just part of the gig.
Yeah, you talk a lot about sacrificing for your teammates. That's part of it, right? Is to
nice play there by
do whatever it takes to back each other up. Yeah, good play by Irvson to finish the inning there. But we are tied after one. 1-to-1 here. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
Growers, prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yield and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
All right, we are back. For those that maybe do not get to mini games, or just kind of you're tuning in and checking out the team, but you just kind of don't know what to expect up here. Kale, you and I are enjoying the concession burgers here during break, and know that there's basically never a gate fee up here. So come on up, check a few innings. Even if you can't stay for the whole game, grab a burger, get to have some easy supper for the night, and enjoy a little bit of baseball. Enjoy the beautiful atmosphere, the ambiance that you talked about. Enjoy folks like Brad Anderson calling the game, and Adria Stahl doing the national anthem. There's just really a lot to come and experience and be part of, and we'd love to have you here. Up steps Kane Barsit, who we've just talked a lot about, having a wonderful night and really coming into his own. He's really had a good year all the way around, and we only expect things to keep on getting better and better. Once again, Caden's one of these guys that played Legion last year, but now his age lines up, so he has this year and at least 2 more after that. So it'll be fun to see what he's capable of in the next couple of years.
Yeah, it certainly will. I think, if he continues to work at his craft and do, the things that he needs to, I don't see any reason why, he won't be a heavy contributor.
There you go, another pop-up. We're seeing how many pop-ups we can hit and catch by the catcher and pitcher here, I think, in this game.
We're at about, 3 or 4 at this point?
Yeah.
We're only in the top of the second inning.
Yep, here comes Caden Thompson, KT. Just an enjoyable kid all the way around. Love his hustle. Love what a great teammate he is. Love his sense of humor. Just a fun kid to have around. And like you say, we refer to him endearingly as KT.
I think if we could all have initials that lined up like that, it would be a lot easier.
That's right.
Oh, nice little shot by.
Nice hit. Did he get him? Almost got him. That ball struck, and he's got the speed for it too. Or if that gets over him, he's running for a while.
And it's not always about the out. It's about if a kid's striking the ball well, and he did there, I'll take that out as a coach. If Coach wants it, I'm saying, hey, you know what, KT, that's a great swing.
Yeah.
Nice contact. That's what gets kids going sometimes. It's just that one hit or that one contact, and they can, sometimes it takes them a long ways.
Yeah, there's a lot to the mental side of the game where it really, and there's a lot of luck involved, of course, or just like, kind of like happenstance. It tends to even out after a while, but like the truth is this game, you're going to square up a lot of balls that you're going to get out on. You're going to hit some of those seeing eye singles that you talked about that are going to be strikes. And ultimately, every coach and every player should be happy when you square one up. Because if you do that every time, things are going to end up okay for you. You're going to win a lot of games.
Without question.
Here comes Hunter Hagness. Really, when we were doing our recap of everything, that was one that maybe we failed to mention was what a solid game in left field that Hunter had.
You know what? I'll be honest with you. I don't know if I forgot or if I maybe just overlooked it. I don't know if there's a difference or not, but that's unfortunate there. That
Will picked off there at first base for the third out. So hold that thought, Kale, and we will pick it up here in next inning. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting, with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
Homegrown local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
All right, we are back. Good, another good game here so far. Heading to the bottom of the second inning. 1-1 between post 15 and post 400. And stepping to the plate here, I believe, is number 33.
Yes.
And ground ball to Boer right to start. Boer makes that look incredibly easy. And that's not an easy play from shortstop, but Hayden Halverson hit the ground ball to him. Here comes second baseman Sam Christofferson. Reporting from the Casselton Reservoir on Diamond 2, the 13U Casselton Titans did win the first one against Kindred, 8-6. Second game, not going as well for the hometown team. They're down 15-3. We got the first one, and looking at the box score for this evening, Brody King led off and was 2 for 3. KJ Vorwick had got the win on the mound, and Brody King came in with the close there. So fun to see the Titans in action in town. They don't get a ton of home games at that age. You know, you play in the Fargo League, you split the teams up evenly on Wednesday nights, and then you sprinkle in some other games. But you know, they get 5th pick of this field, so when they do play some home games, usually it's over at Diamond 2, and it allows you to play the transition size field that has 80-foot bases and 54-foot mounds, so you do some of that too. But fun to see them get a home game tonight.
Had just a little bit of a delay there with Jonah. I think he had a little problem with his mask. I think he got it all ironed out.
Okay. But did he grab a new mask?
I don't know if he just grabbed maybe he has another a new mask in there, or maybe I don't know for sure exactly what happened there. But anyway, at any rate, it's taken care of.
You know, it's funny it's early in the game and it's small sample size, but we might be seeing what a nice job that Cole did to hold those hitters to 0 runs too, because early in this game the Rockets are really hitting it hard.
Yeah, they I think sometimes, you know, at this age it's probably a little bit different as far as seeing a pitcher come out of your, you know, a pitch come out of your hand or whatever, but you know, the rule of thumb is that he's dead meat.
Yep. Yep. There you go. And, you know, you give Jonah some momentum going to second, and it's just not fair.
It's ridiculous.
You know, I like the aggressiveness from Pulse 400. I like them, you know, making it. But I almost have a feeling that kid probably took off, and about on his third step, he's probably, oh, yeah, I forgot this kid can throw it pretty good.
Yeah, he actually had to knock that ball down, get in front of the plate, pick it up and throw him out, and he was out by 3 steps. So no fault of anyone's own on the post 400. That's just an exceptional play there.
Yeah. Carlson, the lefty, comes up. He had a really nice pinch hit opportunity in the last game and got hit by pitch to really, start something that really could have been a good rally there. And, they must think quite a bit of him because he came to pitch hit for the leadoff hitter, which is and the leadoff hitter right away came back in. So, it's just like he must have an exceptional bat to him. And here goes number 2, Griffin Powell, the great pitcher from the first game, coming up to bat here, but 2 outs. Caden's doing a really nice job of throwing strikes here so far. It's funny, when we were growing up, it seemed like all it took was to be a lefty, and you can kind of throw people off, and these kids are just much more well-versed with any type of pitcher these days.
Oh, no.
That did not look good. Wes and Jackson ran into each other pretty hard there.
That doesn't look great.
Both went down hard. We will wait and sort this thing out and hope that they both feel better ASAP and take a quick break. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com.
Welcome to the 130th Annual Norman County Fair, June 24th through 27th, Ada, Minnesota. FFA Day. New this year, Jindo Bingo, the big air ATV show in the R&J Broadcasting Grandstand. Plus free music, basketball challenge, Check 6 Veterans Day, Youth Day, Senior Day, racing, the Mooncats, lumberjack shows, and so much more. For the full schedule, visit NormanCountyFair.com. Norman County Fair, Ada, Minnesota, June 24th through 27th. It's where summer begins and the fun never ends.
The World of Outlaws late models are coming to Norman County Raceway on June 30th, 2026. Infield seating, your chance to meet your favorite National Touring Series drivers, and much, much more. Tickets are available now at ncraceway.com.
Order yours today, and we'll see you June 30th, 2026.
Well, that was scary. We saw the 2 track guys that we talked about earlier ram into each other pretty good, but they both stayed in the game, which super positive. And really both going hard, both trying to make a play like we talked about before. Obviously everybody needs to be yelling, and hopefully they were, and I bet you going forward they will either way. But most importantly, glad to see them both up and healthy and still able to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh, look at that. Might have deflected it just enough to get it to Boer.
Typical.
And there you go, 6-3.
That's your atypical 1-6-3 put out.
And what's funny about that is if he doesn't tip that, there's no way Boer gets to that.
That's a
ball,
single
right?
if he doesn't tip it.
So nice play there by all involved. 2-1, post 400 as the Rockets take the lead. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with your live event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search your live event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
All right, we are back. And Hunter Hagnes will be leading off this inning for post 15. Little fireworks there as we get closer to the fourth and the 250th anniversary here, but this time it was between the center fielder and right fielder, Deutsch and Overland, both going at full speed, and kind of looked like a cross body block there, but luckily they both stayed in the game, and hopefully they don't wake up at 3 in the morning and wonder what a certain pain is there, right? Hopefully they're both good.
You know, sometimes like that when they're both going for it, they're so super hyper-focused on the baseball.
Yeah.
You know, you may be saying, I got it, but maybe the other guy, you know,
Right.
isn't hearing.
Right.
You know, and, you know, that happens. I mean,
no question.
That's a learning experience, though, for, you know, one of the guys in the infield or even, you know, coach. And I'm not blaming anybody without, you know, for sure. But, you know, maybe just next time, hey, you know, who's got it or speak or whatever, or whatever.
Yeah, and quite honestly, what you love to see is the aggression by both of them, that they're both going after it, because we had talked about there being a few pop flies where maybe not everyone's going after it that needs to be going after it. So you hope that doesn't – you hope – like there really is a silver lining in it, and you hope it doesn't stop people from going in that direction.
Yeah, for sure.
Because both Wes and Jackson were really doing the right thing. It just at the end there, one person would peel off based on if the guy with priority is yelling there, right? But you're right. When you're running, sometimes you're not hearing that well either. But and your folks from the infield can be yelling on that as well. So here comes Bohr, which means that post 15 is back to the top of the order.
And Cole's last bat, he struck out looking. Hopefully he can get back in the saddle here and put a little contact on.
At top of the third inning.
There it is. That's a great stop.
Cole had started to round it, and I don't blame him because it looked like that was for sure getting past him. And then was smart to straighten back up to make sure he got through. And here comes Jonah, who, you know, it seems like every game we're talking quite a bit about Jonah, right? He's just a guy that's put a lot of time into baseball, and it shows. Cole dives back in here. We've, you know, each side has had a few guys picked off on the bases tonight.
You know, going back to that play by the shortstop, and then a nice little rope down the third base line by Jonah.
Yeah, I was wondering there if Bohr was going to give that a try there to third. A little tougher because it's a quicker throw there, of course, but another hit for Jonah. And here comes Jackson Deutsch. We'll see how healthy he looks.
You know, going back to that play with the shortstop on Cole's hit, you know, I don't like it when they make a great play like that and then you try to throw them out when they probably shouldn't have. But on that case, I still don't love it. But it did keep Cole from rounding the base because the ball was coming.
Yeah.
However, it's a dangerous, you know, type of throw, no matter how you slice it. But again, you know, no harm, no foul.
Yeah. Yep. Jackson jumps away from that one. Probably not looking forward to getting beat up anymore right now. He's one of these kids that's very demonstrative, so he always you know, he tends to react to things, so it's kind of fun to watch his reactions.
You know, the one thing I notice about Jackson and his hitting, you know, he's leading it. I don't know where his average is now today, but as of before the games, he was leading the team. But
yeah,
the one thing he
nice
is again, ripped it again.
That's smoked.
The one thing I like about Jackson's approach here is that he just doesn't get. He's not an easy out.
No.
Whether he's, you know, he could be batting 0 for all I care. And really what it is to me is that he sees pitches well. He's not out there cutting at stuff he shouldn't be swinging at. He's making contact, making pitchers flat out earn it. I mean, if a pitcher strikes him out it's not going to come easy. It's going to be work. So that's what I really appreciate about Jackson.
Yeah, you know what's funny? We his older brother was came out here, you know, in probably middle school, junior high, however you want to say it. And he played for the Railcats one year, and that was the first thing I noticed with his older brother was just like how he competed. And, you know, now he's playing football for Valley City State, and he's a standout there. And Jackson's the same way, you know. So kudos to that family. They all just know how to compete, and exactly what you explained there. That's just they're just not going to be an easy out anytime.
And that's the thing with his brother. You know, he was a dual sport guy. You know, he wrestled and he played basketball. That's not something that a lot of people can do easily.
No, that's hit well there by Stahl. 100%.
So the athletic ability in the family is not overlooked.
Yeah, here comes Belter. Really some nice hits in a row here. You know, it seems like both teams maybe got sick of being held down there in that first game, and they both have brought their bats to the second game. And a hit by pitch there for Belter.
That's a tough one. It scores a run. That's tough.
There we go. That'll be a 3-2 lead now, and Caden Barstead really has a chance to help himself out, at least help his chances of being the winning pitcher in this game. If he does what he did in the second inning last game, there you got another hit by pitch. A lot of those happening right now. That works too from a run perspective. Might not feel as good.
RBIs are RBIs.
That's correct. And here comes the coach is going to come and have a little visit here as KT comes to the plate. We will take that opportunity to go to break. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argosville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
All right, we are back, and Caden Thompson comes to the plate with one out. Bases loaded, top of the third inning. Ooh, look at that. That's hit hard. You know, that's two in a row that he's hit really hard. Both time gets an out, but this time it's a sac fly. So a little 0 for 1 with a ribby. Nice job by Caden Thompson. Nice hustle by Jared Stahl. And another run on the board.
Little roly-poly slide there. Love Jerry.
At the break, we were talking about Brad Anderson's wonderful playlist, and also giving him a shout out for the belated anniversary. So we appreciate Brad Anderson immensely, and we're lucky to have him. So there we go, little dribbler over to the first base side. Nice play. And that will be the third out of the inning, but a nice inning for Post 15. They now lead 5-2 over the Post 400 Rockets. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
All right, we are back here. 5-2 lead for post 15 as we head into the bottom of the third inning. Caden Barstead back on the mound. If we go left to right in the field here for post 15, it's still Hunter Hagnuson left. Jackson Deutsch still in one piece out there in the center, and same for Wes Overland in right. Will Leverson at third. Cole Boer at shortstop. Caden Thompson at second, and Jarrah Stahl at first. We got Jonah Tholkus behind the plate, and he's catching big Caden Barstead, the lefty, for post 15. So, little more action this game, a little more runs. Really not a super poorly played game, just a lot of line drives, it looks like. Here comes number 26, Lex Payne, center fielder. Seems like he's getting up pretty often. Maybe it's just he's a little scary when he's in the batter's box, so it seems like he's up there more than he is.
Flew out to the pitcher last at bat.
This pitch right away, just a little low, it looked like. Aiming for that inside third of the plate. Barstead's got about 29 pitches so far with 18 strikes. Pretty efficient. Not a strikeout yet, but only one walk. So really making post 400 earn everything that they get. And once again, we can, compare both pitchers the same. Rice is doing the same thing, one walk, one strikeout. And just the other, both teams are kind of hitting the ball right now.
Does anybody know, has there ever been a no-hitter with no strikeouts? Anybody know that? Brad?
That's a great question.
And the reason I ask is because obviously he doesn't have a no-hitter, but when you said I'm at this point where I think that's, Caden's efficiency and his quality of pitching so far has been really good.
Yeah.
So I'm just curious if there's ever been a no-hitter with no strikeouts. I'm going to Google action.
If there
here.
has been, you could see that be someone like a Greg Maddox doing something like that. He would, of course, get Wes throws his glove as he's going after it. And good double, though, to start the inning by Mr. Payne.
First baseman number 6, Colin Hansen.
Here we are in the bottom of the third inning. That's a nice start to the inning for post 400 with Payne hitting the double. Nice inside corner for Barstead against Hansen, the first baseman.
So it's happened 3 times, it looks like. One time, Ken Holtzman for the Chicago Cubs versus the Atlanta Braves in 1969. No hits, no strikeouts. Walked 3 batters, but faced a minimum 27 batters as their base runners were racing a double play.
If that was in the late 70s or 80s, I would say you're probably on your couch watching that one on the old TBS, but that was a little before your time.
A little on the superstation WTBS.
That's right.
That's how I became a Braves fan. I don't know if anybody back in the day remembers that there was only 2 stations that you could watch back in then, unless you had a dish, of course. I unfortunately did not. But WTBS was the Braves superstation, and WGN was the Cubs. And I picked the better of the 2. for all you Cubs fans out there.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to the old babysitter. She would, on nap time, she would put me in front of the Cubs games, and that's how I'd fall asleep in the afternoon. So
yeah, they put me to sleep too.
Harry Carey was must-watch TV whether you liked him or not. Oh, there we go. He's got a chance to throw another guy out, but doesn't quite do it. Nice catch by Deutsch.
That was a dandy. I think that guy that runner. I got a text from a good buddy of mine from work. He texted me the same thing I Googled. Thanks, Mr. Ekman. I appreciate you.
I think that that answered the question on if Deutsch is going to stay aggressive. He was still very aggressive on that play.
It was a great play.
Went and made a nice play on the, on a play like right behind the second baseman, right behind Caden Thompson there, and right away knew where the runners were and turned around and got up and threw to third base, making that a close play.
That just tells me that, Lex Payne was the guy on second. That was number one. That was a good jump. Oh, a little squeeze. Oh, my God, he's still home.
Oh, I think someone missed a sign.
Yeah, somebody missed a sign there.
He's
a fast kid, though. I tell you now, he's fast. I mean, he was out by a lot, but.
He was, but if you're post 15, you'll take that, right? You run into an out, and then maybe just as important that you post 15 loses, or post 400 loses the guy in scoring position.
Better even that. Hayes didn't swing while he was Payne was stealing home.
Yeah. If you you'd rather miss the sign by not swinging than miss it by swinging there.
Without question.
Because I'm sure Mr. Payne likes still having his teeth, so that is positive. And we'll take the out. So here we go. We're Carson Hayes, the third baseman, is still batting. Nice swing there, but nice pitch as well. Now we got full count, 2 outs, and post 15 still leads 5-2. Here in the bottom of the third inning. Once again, these are 2 counter games, 7 innings apiece.
Really good bat there, or a good at bat by Mr. Hayes. I think he threw quite a few pitches on that at bat.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Here comes Chase. Yeah, it's a busy week for post 15. So they play the Astros on Wednesday and then Kindred on Thursday. So, when you talk about them adding the pitches and running Caden up a little bit there, it can mean a lot in this game, and it can mean a lot for the week as well. So kudos to the post 400 batters. They got a little bit of a break last week after getting back from Sioux Falls. Had no other games scheduled, and so they're gonna have to make up for it this week a little bit.
Everybody except for Jonah. He came with us to Devil's Lake.
A nice hit up the middle there by Chase.
Got something brewing here. Top half, or bottom half, of the third inning. I forget that they swapped the home game thing at this level.
So Hayden Halverson, the right fielder, comes to the plate here with guys on first and second. I say pretty pivotal part in the game here. It's one of those you may want to stick a pin in, and depending on how this inning finishes, look back on later to see how it may have kept the game going in a certain direction or changed the game.
You just never know. Sometimes, obviously, again, 2 outs, 0-2, 2 outs. What could have, strong hit up the middle on that last one, and you got Payne probably scoring on that one, making the score 5-3.
Yeah.
But again, You know, that's how these kids learn. They're learning, and that's, you know, that's part of the development. You know, it's not just physical development, it's mental development as well. You know, and I can tell you right now, I bet Lex just probably thinks, you know what, okay, I learned from that. Now I know. And that's part of it. That's part of the game. I tell you right now, you look at the major leaguers that are doing some of the same stuff, just at a different level.
Yeah, and it very well could have been Lex got the right sign, but
exactly,
people around
exactly,
didn't, right? So
yeah, so, no, that's very true.
But either way, like you say, you're either having good success or you're learning something, right? There really isn't.
There's no losing.
None of this is. The sun comes up tomorrow, no matter what happens here. So you're learning on those things. And
that's a nice little rope.
Nice rip here. Nice stop by Hunter, getting the ball in right away. That's a big play, just right there, isn't it? Getting it right back in.
It is. You know, and sometimes you get a guy out there that just kind of they knock it down nice, but they kind of lollygag getting into the infield. Sometimes that a coach gets to be a little bit more aggressive, or you get an aggressive type of coach, and he'll send him on that. Yeah. I tell you what, though, the post 400, they got something brewing here.
They do.
2 outs.
They do. What do you expect from Coach Swanson here? You think he's just going to talk to him, or you think he might?
I think he's coming down to talk. He's just gonna say, hey guys, you know, we got 2 outs. Just make sure the ball stays in front of you. You're not. I mean, you're going to take the best out, whether it's at third, second, first, home, even. They all count the same at this point. You know, just get the out and let's go in and bat. I don't think it's anything special more than, hey, just a heads up. You know, we're good. We're just fine. Let's just make sure that we're being, being smart here. Keep the ball in front of you, and then get the out.
Yeah, I think this always happens in games where you have an inning like this where, they haven't scored yet. But it's like, regardless, I really like the visit by Coach Swanson because it's like, you know how innings like this can end up being a 5-run inning before you blink. You know, so it's like, hey, let's limit the damage, you know, maybe even keep it where it's at. And you know, you just look back at it as, hey, we had bases loaded, kind of that's our worst inning, but it really didn't hurt us. Or, you know, you take your eye off the prize and you kind of get a little lazy on things and get a little sloppy on things. And before you know it, all the momentum is on post 400 side.
Yep. And Halverson is 1 for 2.
Oh, nice play by Caden. You know, that was foul ball, hit off the foot, but
he jumped quick.
He did. Caden really got there in a hurry. And what's fun to see is that's a growth area for Caden, because I'm not sure Caden always would have done that. Where you can just see he's growing into his body, he's aggressive, he wants to win, he wants to do whatever he can. Boy, he got there quick.
He did.
Pop fly. You know, the other thing you notice is you see Coach Swanson going out there, and you see a lot of smiles and laughs, and, you know, you really like breaking the tension, getting out there and really kind of refocusing people, but also, you know, making sure that they're not too uptight there. It's hard to play tight, so
maybe
fun to see that by Coach Swanson.
Maybe he went out there and told a dad joke.
That could have been. That could have been, you know, with Father's Day just finishing. Well, here we go. We got a chance at another throw it at home. Not well, there you go. Kudos to post 400.
Yeah, that's
getting a couple runs here.
That Halverson had just his last at bat was a single line drive to center. So that was a nice little. That was a key hit there.
Yeah, it looked like there could have been a opportunity there too. Maybe another lesson there is someone could have been covering second base. May have had a chance there at an out. So. All that stuff, though, you almost have to have those situations in games before you. There's endless situations to work on. So that's just another one. And but kudos to post 400, really doing a nice job in this inning and really all game forcing the issue offensively, and they're finally breaking through.
You betcha. Carlson is 0 for 0 has it not recorded in that bat. He walked his last time at the plate. See what he can do here with guys on first and second. 2 outs. Nice pitch by Caden.
Yep. Yeah, Caden just keeps on pounding the zone. And
it's forcing these guys to make hits, you know, and they're doing it. They're responding.
Yeah.
That's baseball. Again, it's baseball.
Yep. Yeah, and it all can be it all can be just another level of, you're throwing strikes, and maybe that hasn't always been that easy, and then now maybe his next progression is he's going to start getting finer on the outside and the inside corners, and maybe a little more fastball, changeup, curveball type stuff too. So fun to watch. 5-4 here, post 15 over the Rockets, so they narrowly hang on to their lead. Keep watching to see what happens here in the fourth inning on yourliveevent.com.
Today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated, so you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
At Casselton Lumber, they want to be part of every stage of your building project from the ground up. Let them assist with planning your project timeline in a way that's affordable and efficient. Casselton Lumber has everything you need to get the look you love with windows, siding, roofing, and doors. From choosing the right materials to the finishing touches, you can count on the folks at Casselton Lumber. Stop in and talk with the crew today or call 347-4471. That's 347-4471.
All right, we are back. We're back here, and we'll watch. Looks like we'll have Jeristall, I believe. No, excuse me, Hunter Hagnes leading off this inning with Cole Boer on deck as the leadoff batter. 5-4, good close game. Rockets with a really nice inning there, getting two, but it's kind of a mix there of they did break through. They got a couple runs. But post 15 also didn't let that turn into just like one of those disaster innings too.
Could have gone either way.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then you think about, they scored 4 the half inning before that. So obviously you'd love to come out and have a clean inning and do all that. But you at least feel good that you didn't give all those back.
Agreed. And you still have a 1-run lead.
Looks like Jeristall warming up out there in the bullpen. I think he may be being warmed up out there by Carson Mitchell, who's a member of the Black Stockings. Kudos to them on their win over the 14-year-old Railcats this afternoon in a great Casselton baseball game all the way around. There, Hunter flies out to left. And here comes the top of the order with Cole Boer. 1 out. Boer, great game in that first game. Pitched about as well as you possibly can. That shutout keeps looking more and more impressive every time post 400 Rocket comes to bat. Just really kept people off balance and really was in control all night. And had some great defense behind him. Flies out to the shortstop. Really nice play by the shortstop to go back on that ball. That's not always the easiest thing. Here comes Jonah Thokus. Jonah Thokus comes to the bat with 2 men out. Nobody on base. And a very slim 5-4 lead for post 400 here. Jonah's had a nice night on both sides of the field here, hitting well and playing exceptionally at catcher. And there he has a 2-out walk, which will bring up Jackson Deutsch, who hit a really, really strong screamer up the middle last time up. Nice move by the pitcher Rice, trying to hold Jonah on, and Jonah dove back to first base. Can be a big play right there too, getting the runner in scoring position. Jonah being allowed to run as the catcher here for both games, so not bringing anybody in for courtesy run.
JD is 1 for 1 with a walk and a single. And 2 runs scored. 2 out of the 5 runs.
Nice pitch there by Rice. Just looked like Deutsch ran out of bat a little bit right on the outside part of the plate. There you go. That time Jackson just barely gets around that. Ooh, nice play.
That's tough. I will tell you this again, and you're going to get sick of hearing it, but that was a nice little hit, and it was really close. But I tell you what, good defense will beat that every single time. Good play. It was a good play.
I did not think Paul would get the out there. I thought that Deutsch would be safe, but Paul just made an exceptional play there, and a nice job receiving it over there by Hansen. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
Parks and Recreation provides a wide range of programs, activities, and community events throughout the year. From parks, facilities, shelters, and outdoor spaces, they're perfect for gatherings, recreation, and enjoying a peaceful break in nature. Enjoy Cottonwood Golf Course for a fun and challenging round of golf for every skill level. To book a tee time or to find out more about Casselton Parks and Recreation, go online to CasseltonParks.com. That's CasseltonParks.com.
All right, we are back. And Jarrett Stahl has come in to relieve Caden Barstead. Caden Barstead goes out to right field. Nick Belter goes to first base, which means that the DH is out of play. Looking around, it looks like everyone else is in their regular spot, no other changes. Almost makes me wonder if Wes Overland isn't feeling the best after that collision out there and between right and center. But that's pure speculation, so who knows on that. Here comes number 2, Griffin Paul, who just had that great play at shortstop to cut Jackson Deutsch down at first. Jarrett Stahl, fan favorite, coming in here to relieve. Nice hard hit. And Caden Barstead does it again.
I tell you what, you cannot get anything by him. He just baits you out there.
He's had a wonderful night, and it's what we talked about before with Jackson Deutsch. There's not many outfielders that go and get it in front of you like that. You know, like, there's a lot of guys that can just catch the pop flies that everybody catches. But that's when you start being a defensive difference maker, when you make those types of plays, and it's fun to watch Caden becoming that player. And that's a sure-handed place to put that with Cole Boer going over and getting the pop fly. Nice job with 2 quick outs for Mr. Stahl.
He's got a whopping 2 pitches.
Here comes Lex Payne, center fielder, who has, provided a spark for Fargo Post 400 tonight. There's not a lot of trickery to what Jairus is going to do. Jairus is going to throw it hard, and he's going to throw it hard towards the plate, and you're just going to have to deal with it, right? And that can go either way. Nice rip that time by Payne.
I feel like he's done this before. He looks like he's done this before.
Yeah, he's pretty comfortable in the batter's box and with the bat in his hand. Here comes Colin Hansen, the first baseman. Once again, one thing that Post 15's done a really nice job of. It seems like anytime we look up and Post 400 just got a hit or they're getting people on base, it seems like Post 15 always has 2 outs.
They get 2 quick outs, and then maybe we should just start with 2 outs.
Hey, that would be okay. Yeah, that would be all right. Definitely, I'm guessing the umps would be in favor of that.
Something to be said about teams that are locked in after 2 outs. A lot of teams will just, let's get,
Yeah, it's a big compliment to Post 400 too, isn't it?
It is, absolutely is. It's a mindset.
So what do you think of these cream tops that the
I like
umpires are wearing?
Those are probably my favorites. Right next to it, to me, it's a 1A and a 1B to the Reds.
To the Reds, okay.
Yeah, I like the Reds, but the creams are great. I like them. It's classy.
Baby blue in the top 3, or where is that at?
Yeah. You know what? It's traditional. I like them. But between blues and blacks, it's like you see all the guys doing that. But these reds and these creams are they're classy to me.
So you really nailed it here. We get the Post 15s gets the 2 outs almost instantly, and then Post 400, you can see they don't stop. They just now they got 2 runners on. They're only down by 1. And they got their 4-hitter up in Carson Hayes. They got to like where they're at right now.
I couldn't agree more. Quite honestly, it's almost like you're throwing your first 2 guys out there, and it just happens to be random, whoever it is. We'll just get 2 outs, and then, then we'll start hitting. It's kind of how it is. But, let's see if the Post 15 can stop the bleeding here.
You like to see, though, Jairus just continues to pound the zone, continues to make you have to deal with it. And come up with something. Here we go. This is Tabor. And that's about as sure-handed a guy as you could have there at shortstop. And here we go. We are over the halfway mark, and it's 5-4 Post 15 as we go to the 5th inning. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
At Bank North, we strive to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. One transaction, one relationship, and one community at a time. We do it by supporting kids and schools, pitching in to help neighbors in need, partnering with rural businesses, and providing all the traditional and modern banking products and personalized lending services you expect from a reliable financial partner. Bank North, always true.
All right, we are back. In that second game over on Diamond 2, Kindred ended up winning with a 10-run rule over the Casselton Titans in the 13U game. So that is a split this evening. Wednesday night, as we mentioned, the 13-year-olds, both teams like to split their teams evenly and put them in the Fargo League, and half of the Casselton team is going to play half of the Kindred team Wednesday night too. So they're going to get a lot of each other this week. And those are always fun games. Always fun when you get to play another town team like that. Rice has done a nice job here this evening, keeping the game close. And the Casselton pitcher, Jared Stahl, comes to the plate as we move into the 5th inning. And Casselton Post 15 leads 5-4. Boy, he hit another one hard here. It looks like that's going to burn the center fielder. Was that a one-hop to the fence, do you think?
At least. It might have been a small second hop, but it was close to just being one hop.
He's hitting it well. He's hitting it well. he is going to be a scary guy to contend with for pitchers for a lot of years to come here. Fun to watch him play. Love the intensity he brings. Love the energy he brings. And here comes Nick Belter to the plate, who's now playing first base. Started the game as a designated hitter, and that has went away. So he's in at first base, and they're keeping his very valuable bat in the lineup. So tonight is the last game of the College World Series, winner take all in the best of three between Oklahoma and North Carolina. Do you have a score update, Cale?
I'm getting there here, and I'm not loving it, but I think it's last I looked, it was 6-1 Oklahoma. Let's see where we're at now here. Give me a second.
All right. There. Now we have one out as Nick Belter goes down on strikes. And Caden Barstead, who's been all over the place tonight, comes to the plate, and you can see the fielders shift over to the right-hand side a little bit. Inside corner strike called by the home plate umpire. And Caden Barstead quickly down in the count. Down 0-2 in the count with a breaking ball that went right over the middle of the plate. Looked like that got a little bit of him. Boy, you if you're the pitcher, you got to hate that, right? It's 0-2, little slow breaking ball. Just gets the sleeve of the hitter. You know, there's just really nothing good came out of that for you. And now you got runners on first and second. And it looks like it's 9-1 Oklahoma. And what is the inning there, Cale?
Well, bottom six.
Bottom six, okay. So
tell you what, that's how baseball is. You know, Carolina is. I mean, I wouldn't call them heavily favored because Oklahoma's been shining. They've been hitting it and pitching it, and they've been doing a lot of good things. But prior to the tournament, they weren't the best team. But that doesn't mean that they're not going to end up being the best team.
Yeah. So North Carolina down but not out. As Everson hits one to center there, but the center fielder, Payne, goes over there and grabs that and makes it look a little easy. I think that's still Payne. It might be somebody else out in center. But either way, nice catch. And we will move to the bottom of the fifth inning. Post 15 narrowly holding the lead here, 5-4 over the Post 400 Rockets. Keep watching on YourLiveEvent.com.
Prepare your fields and yields against the wet conditions today and beyond with the Drain Tile Project from Chad's Excavating out of Mayville. Drain tiling will improve and increase your yields and land values for years to come. Chad's Excavating provides free detailed estimates, and with over 40 years of combined success, they provide professional installation and service. Call Chad today to prepare for your future and any questions that you might have. That's Chad's Excavating out of Mayville, helping farmers grow.
All right, we are back 5-4 as we move into the bottom of the fifth inning. Castle Post 15 holding on to the narrow lead here as number 5, Micah Chase, the catcher, is going to step into the batter's box as Thokos throws this ball down to second. Well, Post 15 has 6 games this week. How many of those games do you think Jonah's going to catch?
I think I'll go out on a limb and say all 6.
All 6?
Just
okay.
a guess.
Okay, will be interesting.
Unless, and quite honestly, if it's me, I would probably have Grady come down and maybe catch a couple of those just to get some work. But
sure.
That's just me.
You know, down in Sioux Falls, Jackson Deutsch stepped up and was willing to do one, you know.
Good for him.
And it's really cool because it's just a kid being willing, right? It's just really like, because I'm sure there's just not a lot of guys that are dying to do it. And they know that with the folks that are currently catching there, that there's just not a lot of opportunity there. But you never know. You never know. You get in there and you just never know. But that's just a good example of a kid sacrificing for the team and being willing to help out.
And you just never know. At some point, you may need to do something like that. I mean, the pipeline is as strong as I've ever seen it at this point right now. I really do.
Yeah.
But, to say that, you're never going to have all of those guys readily available. So,
yeah.
You may need a guy to step up on occasion. And, kudos to Jackson. I mean, I'm not surprised because he's one of those kids that's a team-oriented guy. So
No question. And it goes back to what we talked about, too. He's just going to compete. Going to do whatever he can take to win, and if that means going back there and playing, he'll do that. And fun to see. And here's Cole. Cole, fun to watch him playing over there.
Rubber arm.
Yeah, he just knows where he needs to play. He's just going to make all the plays you should, and he's just going to lull you to sleep, and really fun watching him out there, and looking forward to see him do that for years to come. Looking forward to watching him on the mound for years to come, and then it's really fun to see his bat coming along too. Here comes Sam Christofferson, second baseman.
2 for 2, both up the middle. And I used to call Brent Nelson old rubber arm because the guy could throw about 1 million pitches and not get sore or hurt.
Yeah.
So, and the way Cole threw that ball the first looked just like him, just like it was nothing. Nice little play there. That was wing, bang, boom there.
What a good inning for post 15. Now we're moving in This would be.
That should have been bottom of 6.
That should have been. Okay. Are we moving? Are we moving into the top of the 6th inning right now?
Oh, could be. Yeah, could be top.
Okay, I think we're moving to the top of the 6th inning. Slight lead here for post 15. 5-4. Keep watching YourLiveEvent.com.
22 pitches.
At Enbridge, we're focused on relationships. 23 Canadian First Nation and Métis communities now own an equity stake in Enbridge Athabasca Pipelines. In Minnesota, Enbridge has spent $450 million and counting with Native-owned companies and in wages to tribal members working on Line 3. Every day brings new collaborations, partnerships, and possibilities. Learn more at Enbridge.com.
We are back, and it is the top of the 6th inning. 5-4 lead here for post 15. As post 15 comes to the bat here with Hunter Hagness leading off here again. And Connor Rice still pitching, having a great outing here. That Coach Hawley has to be thrilled with this outing from Rice, and we'll see what Hunter can do here as a leadoff. He's kind of a prototypical leadoff hitter, so hitting in that second leadoff is a natural place for him. Wouldn't doubt if before it's all said and done, at some level, he's the actual leadoff hitter.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it either. I see Cole Bloor as more of a 2-hitter.
Yeah, I could see that.
With Jonah, I think Jonah's got a little more of the power, so I could see him hitting 3 or 4, or possibly 5. I think 3, 4, or 5 was, I think, where Jonah will end up.
Yeah, it's fun to see. It's fun to see what kids end up doing, how much time they put in, what their body looks like, how confident they are, all that stuff, and it'll just be fun to see where they all land. Once again, in the game this afternoon, Colton Mansky just continues to be a total stud for Blackstockings, both pitching and hitting. Keegan Broughton hitting well. Case Kasowski did really great on the mound, and Talon came in and had good relief there. Really fun opportunity for the 14s to be able to play against the 15s.
What an amazing at bat!
Fun to watch that. That really was a great at bat. Good leadoff, and now we'll get to the actual leadoff in Cole Boer, and we've just really raved about his pitching and fielding all game, and he's a pretty good hitter too, isn't he, Kel?
Yeah, he's just it's so hard, and this stems from watching him play basketball. He just doesn't get rattled. At least he doesn't. If he does, he's not showing it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think the bigger the shot or the bigger the play or the bigger the situation, the more he likes to be involved and almost the calmer he seems to be.
I feel like that's a trait that he gets from his dad and his uncle maybe. I think those guys are the guys that are types that give me the ball. I want it when it's, when it means most.
Well, there you go. Hunter Hagnes has a walk, turns into a triple very quickly.
Yeah, that's the benefit of having a guy in the 9 hole that can give you a quality at bat. Whether it's a hit or a walk, it really makes no difference. Even if it's a fly out or a strikeout or whatever, he saw 7 or 8 pitches in that at bat. He got the walk out of it, and then now he's benefiting from the hustle and the patience of that now on third. Now, if Cole can get a hit, that's icing on the cake there.
Yeah, so then all of a sudden he's at third, and you have a guy that handles the bat as well as anybody, has dozens of ways he can score him now with no outs and Hunter on third. So it's really how you draw it up.
Yeah. And then I think this is between Jonah and Jackson. I think Coach Swanee has a pretty good feeling about where he's at right now. No outs, guys on first and third, and your second and your third batter coming to the plate.
I'm guessing Coach Swanson would love to find a way to get Cole over to second without having to give up an out here.
Yeah, I would agree.
And let Jonah hit with 2 guys and runners in scoring position with no outs. I think a lot of good things can happen then.
Yeah.
And if you're post for 100, how are you defending this? If you think he's going to try and get over there with getting no outs, how are you defending it?
If you're going to steal him, you better make sure you're going to get the out, because I can almost bet that Hunter's going to run. I think it's going to be your typical. It's not going to be a forced balk, but I think it's going to be a double steal. Technically, is what I would call it. I think though that what I'm doing here is I'm just going to throw it back to the pitcher, and I'm going to concede the stolen base. That's just my
Which if that's the way everyone's thinking, it just once again gives you another reason to want to get him over to second base there.
I tell you what, that was a dandy play by that left fielder.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a nice catch. Could have tagged him up, but he didn't. Good move by Swanee. But boy, he got that ball in quick, and he got it in hard. There was really no chance for him to tag up on that. That play ended up about as good as it could have for post 400.
Yeah, they gotta love it. They gotta love it, right?
And you get an out, and you don't advance a guy to second.
Yeah.
So there's a forced balk.
And there it was. He got it. He got the literal forced balk there. Worked out well. Really well played from Boer.
That's a play that technically almost should work every time. I mean, you get to the upper levels, and it maybe doesn't. But, kids that really are guys that really haven't pitched a ton really don't have that wherewithal to say, okay, I got to step off here.
Yeah.
And so they're going to come set, and then they're going to try to, pick a guy off, and it's obviously going to be a balk. Just like
another great example of without Junior Legion, it's really hard for those kids to be in that situation and learn that before they get to the next levels of state tournament and all that. So even by the end of this year, he's going to know that, right?
Without question.
He's going to, and he's going to. I guarantee he's going to come to practice sometime this week and ask his coach, "What should I have done there? What do you want me to do?" Right?
Or that's coaches go to him first thing tomorrow at practice or whenever they got practice again, and say, "Hey, we're going to make all our pitchers do this." Because we're going to see this on I shouldn't say most, but a lot of first and third situations with 1 out or less than 2 outs, actually.
Yeah, this is not an enviable position here for Rice with Jarris coming up, but like you said, this really worked out about as well for post 400 as it could have.
Outside
of the block, right? But I mean, heck, with the way this was looking,
it could have been a lot worse.
If they get out of this inning with one run,
yeah,
I think they're pretty tickled at this point, right? Because you have arguably your best hitter up, and no outs, guys in first and third. We think that if you ran to second, they'd probably just given it to you, right?
Yep.
And now, so then you have your best hitter up, no outs, guys in second and third. A lot has to happen for not at least one of those runs to score. So even with the balk, if they can just stay calm here, they got to be pretty happy with the way this inning ended up.
Dandy play by that shortstop. I tell you right now, that's a win for that post 400 team on that inning. Obviously, they didn't. They gave up a run, but boy, that could have been a lot worse.
No question. And one thing that was maybe a little bit under appreciated there is Hansen at first base made a whale of a play to catch that thing.
Yeah, he did.
Because not only did he have to stretch one way, he also caught it on the short hop out, way out towards the upper part of the line, up towards at first base. So that was a tough play.
And then keep his foot on the base.
Great play by the shortstop.
Not easy.
And here we go. We got a 6-4 game, and we're going to the bottom of the 6th inning. Keep watching on YourLiveEvents.com.
Local radio is now worldwide with 24-hour streaming. Download the RJ Radio app to hear local voices from local radio with KRJB, KRJM, and KKCQ 24 hours a day from anywhere. You can listen to your favorite programs like the RJ Family Morning Show, local news, farm markets, music, high school sports, church services, more from anywhere. KRJB, KRJM, and 96.7 KKCQ is streaming on the RJ Radio app. Download it to your device and take us with you wherever you go.
Welcome to the 130th Annual Norman County Fair, June 24th through 27th, Ada, Minnesota. FFA Day. New this year, Jindo Bingo, the Big Air ATV show in the R&J Broadcasting Grandstand. Plus free music, basketball challenge, Check 6 Veterans Day, Youth Day, Senior Day, racing, the Mooncats, lumberjack shows, and so much more. For the full schedule, visit NormanCountyFair.com. Norman County Fair, Ada, Minnesota, June 24th through 27th. It's where summer begins. The fun never ends.
All right, we are back just in time for the first pitch there. Slightly outside pitch from Stahl. And is this Carlson batting here? Looks like. Yeah, Carlson, the nice-looking lefty.
It certainly is.
Nice job. Jarris had just a slightly outside pitch, that first pitch, and then came back and got in the lead here. And a really close one there, too. So here we go, 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs, 2-run lead for post 15. And you got to like the pace that Jarris is working with right now.
Good play there by Nick.
Yeah, good play by Belter there. Good hustle. Good job. Charging it. And here comes Powell, who's just had a good night all the way around. We talked about his great play there at shortstop to end the inning. And did a really nice job on the mound in that first game. Comes up swinging.
He 1 for 2, tripled on at his first at bat, and then he lined out on the second. But I think that's one of Caden's nice little diving plays.
Okay, yeah, it kind of looks like he likes to go with the pitch a little bit, go to right a little bit. Did get the hit by a pitch there.
I tell you what, that elbow pad there, that's been a lifesaver for a lot of our kids, including your boy Jack. I tell you what, that kid, if there's I'm starting to think that baseballs have metal in them, and Jack is the magnet.
Yeah, those, they don't give those pads away, as you know.
They don't.
But they are worth their weight in gold if you get hitting the elbow that many times, right?
And Jack has.
Yeah, he definitely.
His pad is probably like he might need a new one for as often as he gets hit.
Yeah, definitely has. Shout out to Logan Broughton last year, who borrowed his elbow pad, and boy, it's been a lifesaver. So finally had to go and invest in one. But, yeah, so here we go. Jarrett Stahl doing a nice job since being on. I think I have a feeling. Oh, nice play. Is he going to get the double play?
There
he got it. There he got it.
I don't know if you can. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to tell you. But that's only 2 outs.
That's a big play in the bottom of the 6th.
Or was that 3?
Inning there? I think that is 3 because Belter got the first out.
Oh, yes, he did.
So 3 quick outs.
That was a.
Gotta love that. And
shades of Mr. Jack Eberson over there, third, you think?
So we will move to the top of the 7th inning. Still 6-4. Let's see if some insurance can happen here. But either way, keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
The world of Outlaws late models are coming to Norman County Raceway on June 30th, 2026. Infield seating, your chance to meet your favorite National Touring Series drivers, and much, much more. Tickets are available now at ncraceway.com.
Order yours today, and we'll see you June 30th, 2026.
All right, we are back. Top of the 7th. We're talking about what a huge Hanson fan you've been in the past. Kale?
You gotta love a little bop, don't you?
Absolutely.
I'm an 80s. Grew up big, not 80s, but a lot of my life was spent in the 90s. So
yeah,
a lot of least stuff I can remember anyway.
We're spending
which ain't much.
Spending some good time lobbying Brad Anderson, seeing what kind of music we can get him to play. But the good news is he's not listening, and
I don't think he's played a bad song all night.
I was going to say all we would do is screw up his playlist if he listened to us, right?
He is setting the bar so high that the next time you or I announce, it's just going to go bad.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not you. This could be trouble.
No, absolutely. No, I agree with you 100%. Just barely follow there.
And I'm going to blame you for that because you asked him. So.
Yeah. He, it's people like us that really make him look good.
I think he does a pretty good job on his own, but I can tell you right now, we intensify it.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to say we. I'm going to say I. I think you do a pretty good job too.
Well, that's very nice of you, but there is no question where the professional is in the press box right now, and I don't think it's sitting over in our chairs. I think
between him and Chase. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's a toss up.
You know, it's interesting. I'm starting to see a theme in the games that he does though. He did a Lisbon game, right? Post 400 game.
Jeez.
I think he tried to throw us off his trail by doing Casselton versus Casselton this afternoon. So
that sneaky fella.
But like we said before, anyone else showed up. Brad Anderson is like Switzerland. He just like gets along with everybody. So everyone likes him. Don't you think? A rare time that Cale Lewis is speechless. Did Caden just get into one again?
He did.
That was either a one hop or a very short two-hop.
It was an absolute one hop.
That was
absolutely one hop.
That was key rushed by Caden once again.
Barstad's having a great night. I'm just gonna say it. Is having an absolute stellar night tonight.
This is one of those nights where the boys would say Caden's back is getting a little sore, right? Like
he's carrying everybody.
That's right. Fun to watch him just absolutely pulverize the ball. Watch him making those catches in front of him out in the outfield. Did a nice job on the mound tonight. Just fun to see.
Good play there by that third baseman.
Yeah, really nice play. KT's been robbed tonight. Like he's really hit the ball hard all night tonight.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those nights, right? One of those nights where the defense, like you say, is just a little bit better.
I tell you what, though, that Hayes is over there, and guys on occasion will let the ball play them. He took it on a really good hop.
Yeah.
Took his time, made a good throw.
Yeah, that's a fascinating thing. Watching the pros, and we watch a lot of this College World Series games. It's amazing watching these guys, use their feet to get the good hops. They go and get that super short hop. It seemed like that's what Hayes did at third, didn't he?
He certainly did. He was patient. It was a chopper that he could have sat back on and maybe let the ball play him, and he didn't. He came up on it just in time and just like he's supposed to. He played that just as well as a guy should have. And the best part is that he didn't rush the throw, because Caden Thompson's not slow.
No, not sure if we mentioned this yet, but Colin Hansen into pitch now, doing a nice job already here, and had a nice pickoff move there to try and get Caden Barstead. Well, that's a nice hit there. Is that going to land? Oh, nice catch. That's a really nice catch in center field.
Lex is he's been kind of a dude out there.
That's a great catch. I want to make sure who that is out there, because he's gotten some really nice plays the last couple innings, and you want to make sure we're calling out the right guy. Well, I think that is Lex, isn't it?
Yeah, that Payne kid. He's been pretty solid out in center field.
Yeah,
he made that ball easy. He looked at that ball looked easy.
Yeah, so 6-4 as we're going to move into the bottom of the 7th inning. Keep watching here on yourliveevent.com.
Stay up to date all year long with Your Live Event from our social platforms with X, Facebook, and YouTube. From the latest coaches show to watch game broadcasts back on demand from earlier in the season. Search Your Live Event on YouTube and hit subscribe.
Outside the three-point arc. Pick and pop here with Spaeth into the left side corner. 3, good.
For the complete and most up-to-date schedule throughout the year, head to our website at yourliveevent.com.
All right, we are back. Bottom of the 7th inning. 6-4, post 15. I just have a feeling this is going to end a little crazy. Like, I just have a feeling this is not going to be one of these easy things. And it is still a coin flip type of game here going into the bottom of the 7th. Go figure, here's Payne leading off, and he's just been phenomenal on the defensive side of the ball, and he's been quite the spark offensively. And we'll see how this goes. Ooh, looks like Jarris got him to, it was a ground out to pitcher. Nice job by Jarris. Once again, really forcing the action. He's been throwing strikes the whole night. And when you make, any team, let alone a bunch of 15, 16-year-olds, on both sides, having to earn it with the bat, it's going to be hard, right?
Yeah, it puts a lot more pressure on a team than it normally would.
Kudos to Jarris. Here we go with number 6, the 3 batter. Colin Hansen. Doesn't get any easier for Jarris. You got 2, 3, 4 up this inning. But he's
Colin is 1 for 2 with the double and a walk.
Something you noticed, and I think this is really interesting because both Jarris and Caden have just really pounded the zone and really thrown a lot of strikes. Not a lot of strikeouts tonight for the post-15 pitchers. What'd you say? There's only one total between the two of them?
Yeah.
But I bet you there's not many walks either.
Let's go back and see, huh? Let's see.
Looks like 3 total.
3 total. That's amazing. And then 4 total for the post 400. So pretty dang good pitching game.
Clean game.
Absolutely clean. One game. Error on Casselton and none for the post 400. I mean, it's been a clean, fun game. I can tell you that it's been fun to watch.
That walk is big, and you have Hayes. It seems like all these guys are people that we've mentioned at certain times tonight. You got Payne and Hansen and Hayes. Like, all these guys have had really good nights doing certain things. Ooh, nice try there. Sam Fletchock in at second base. He snuck in there. Nice attempt there, but I got to imagine if you're Coach Swanson here, you're saying, hey, that run doesn't matter.
Yep.
Make sure you're paying a lot of attention to Hayes. That run does matter.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Is it bad that I want to call him Willie Mays Hayes?
I don't think so. I think anyone that's watched that movie loves it. So
Hey,
Nice
that's what you call priority. Jackson.
That was perfect. That was perfect. You have 3 guys calling for it. You have Jackson, who's already been part of a collision tonight, just saying, "Hey, no, I'm catching this thing," and he's the guy with priority, right? He's the center fielder. So great call out.
And he and the other 2 just said, "Okay, that's how it is."
Yep.
Out of the way.
Yep. And maybe, maybe he called a little louder after that.
I can't.
Cross-body block.
I feel like I heard it a little better this time. Of course, we were a little closer, but I don't know.
That's true.
And I don't hear much, so.
That's true. Well, let's hope everyone's okay. Everyone's ribs are healthy and all that stuff. But you just really do love to see the competitiveness and the competitive spirit that these guys have shown tonight. And I call out Jackson specifically. Like he always competes that way. Really fun to watch. Jarris competing on the mound. They talk about being strong up the middle. This is about as strong up the middle as you can be with the guys that are out there right now.
Yep.
Here we go. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 6-4 lead. Guy in runner in scoring position.
Oh boy, that was a quick play. Willie, he was begging for that one, but that was close.
That was, you like to see though. Like to see the competition there too.
Will went after that.
And grabbed it and got it. You think back to early in the first game, the play at shortstop that he probably kicks himself on a little bit, where he maybe didn't go as hard as you would like to. That one right here in crunch time, you could tell he wanted the out as bad as anybody. So great job, Jarris Stahl. Great job post 15, and really great job post 400. This was a fun game all the way around, a fun doubleheader all the way around. Enjoyed it immensely. 6-4 win by post 15. They got to feel good about this after having quite a bit of time since Sioux Falls, since the last time that they played. They were 1-3 down in Sioux Falls. Had a chance to win a second one there, and maybe even some others. But for them to come back in their first doubleheader since then and get the sweep against a good team in 2 close games, they got to feel pretty good about that.
Yep, I can't agree more.
All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk during break about what our awards are, but let's explain them here again. The precision play of the game, Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer, Agassiz Precision Ag in Hillsboro. Call 701-436-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. We'll talk about the play of the game after this, which usually we like to do, some kind of like glove work game. It doesn't always have to be that, but some kind of really good defensive play. Then we'll move on to the HTC connection of the game. Discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone. It's how to connect, halsteadtel.com. And last but most certainly not least, the Enbridge player of the game. Life takes energy. Enbridge, energy for life. Enbridge.com for career opportunities. We'll talk about this during break, and we'll come back and let you know who won what. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com.
Partnership is a way of life here in the Northland. It's about pitching in to help our neighbors, making lending decisions locally, honoring long-term commitments to farmers, Main Street businesses, teams, schools, and rural communities. We're more than just a bank. We're a community partner, working constantly and diligently to enrich the lives of everyone we serve. Bank North, always true.
R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is accepting applications for a broadcast sales representative. Applicant should be self-motivated, organized, have ability to communicate clearly, and the desire to help our customer partners grow their business with customer service for their advertising and marketing needs. All experience levels are encouraged to apply. To apply, email your resume to apply@rjbroadcasting.com. R&J Broadcasting Incorporated is an equal opportunity employer.
Halstead Telephone Company delivers fast broadband internet, telephone, and cable TV to residents in this region, including Halstead, Shelley, Neilsville, Climax, Fisher, Bigland, Gentilly in Minnesota, and Hillsborough, Caledonia, Gardner, and Argusville, North Dakota. Serving the area residents since 1904, Halstead Telephone continues to create a bright future for this region using 100% fiber optic technology. Service plans offer flexibility and choices, and there's local support personnel ready to help. Contact Halstead Telephone Company today.
This is Chris from Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Say thank you to the farmers you come into contact with every day. They have chosen a career that is as much their deep passion as it is an absolute necessity for you and I. Spring is upon us and there will be farm equipment on the roads. Give them your patience and room to do their jobs. Trust me, they would rather be off the road working in their field than dealing with traffic. From all of us here at Agassiz Precision Ag, we say thank you and have a safe spring.
Farming today doesn't always feel the same way it used to. Then again, some of it feels all the same. Maybe it isn't so much the jobs that changed, but how they get done. Now that's a different story. Everything got bigger and smaller at the same time. Insurance, accounting, and taxes can get complicated. So you need someone who's looking to keep every dollar possible in your pocket. Ag Country.
All right, we are back here, and plus 15 with the narrow win here tonight, 6-4, and never a dull moment with Gail Lewis up here in the press box. So. First off, we're going to talk about the Agassiz play of the game, precision play of the game, Agassiz Precision Ag, your local precision planting dealer. Agassiz Precision Ag in Hillsborough, call 701-436-2119 or visit plannerdoc.com. This was a fun one because he just had such a good night all around. Who's the play of the game tonight?
It's Caden Barstead. No, I'm Barstead and
no, you're right. Yep,
yeah,
Caden
so
Barstead,
yeah.
yep.
I mean, the kid just showed up tonight. The number of plays he made tonight is it's not countable. I mean, play after play after play. He pitched well. He plays outfield well. He hit the ball well. I mean, I don't know if there's enough good things to say about him right now and how he's playing. And the fact that. The fact that he is, I'm going to say this, he is not the same player he was last year.
No.
He is worked on his things. The springtime was a warm-up for the summer. I appreciate that from him. I know his mom and dad, and they encourage it. So it gives me great pleasure to see him do this well tonight. And, play of the game. His number of plays. I don't know if you can go any further, honestly.
Yeah, did a nice job starting the game on the mound. Made great catches all over the place. Went and got those tough balls in front of him. Obviously, we could have very easily given him the connection to game and all that stuff too. But just the important thing is that we're talking about him as much as possible because his play deserves it right now. Next, let's go to the connection of the game, the HTC connection of the game. Discover local reliability you can trust. Halstead Telephone. It's how to connect. HalsteadTel.com. Now, this one's an interesting one, right? Because he didn't have any hits tonight, but his sacrifice fly got the team into the lead, or really ended up being the winning run. It was the fifth run. And we talked about Caden Thompson just all night, hitting the ball hard, continuing to just really show up and always connect. Right, and he just squared up the ball over and over and over again. The one chopper that he had between third and short was probably his lightest hit of the night, and that one usually is a hit, right? Usually with most teams that's a hit.
And he made it hard on that guy. I mean,
he did.
Hayes made a great play on it, but I'll tell you right now, it wasn't easy for it. I mean, he made it look easy, but when Caden's fast, he's no slouch.
Yep.
So he made that. He hustles, and that's what I appreciate about it more is that a guy can just say, hey, you know what, I'm probably out here. I'll just jog it out, but he didn't.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he drove the ball to center that the guy caught behind the logo. Drove the ball to left that the guy made a nice catch on. Had that hit between third and short that they made a super nice play on. Had the sacrifice fly that ultimately was the game-winning run, the 5th run. And then doesn't hurt that always hustles. Great teammate.
Yep.
All those things, right?
Yep.
So that's our HTC connection of the game. And then last and most certainly not least, the Enbridge player of the game, Life Takes Energy, Enbridge, Energy for Life, Enbridge.com for career opportunities. You were all over this one.
Yeah. It's not. I mean, and I don't want to say it's a no-brainer because I can tell you right now, Caden Barstead could have gotten us too. But
yeah,
I think we got to go with Jairus. Can't say enough about his hitting tonight. 3 for 4, 2 RBIs, run scored, and then he comes and gets a save. I mean, just an ordinary night at the ballpark for Jairus Stahl. And not to mention that I'd be willing to bet there's some pain still in his left foot, his left ankle.
No question.
You know what I mean?
No
and
question.
he just shows up and just ignores that pain to sacrifices the pain for his teammates. And I can tell you right now, he balled out tonight. It was that to me it was a no-brainer.
Yeah, he was great. With the 6 games this week, let alone just finishing out the sweep of the doubleheader, how important were his pitching innings?
Oh, for
tonight?
sure. Again, if he has a bad outing and you got to use another pitcher and you're wasting a guy, I wouldn't call it wasting, but you got to use up another pitcher, and sacrifice that for Wednesday's games and then the rest of the week. So he played well tonight. It's fun watching that kid because he's just very jovial. He's very competitive, but the guy's got a smile on his face 24/7. I think that it's infectious.
Yeah, and those short hoppers to the fence are going to be fun to watch as homers in the next couple of years, aren't they?
And I'll take homers too, 100%. But
100%.
I can tell you right
100%.
now that those short hoppers don't ever get old either.
No, they don't. No, they really don't. Okay, so just to kind of wrap on some things, Jackson Deutsch didn't get a lot of awards tonight, but his impact was felt all over the field tonight, wasn't it?
It always is. I mean, I look at him and he's so he reminds me a lot of Lucas in center.
Yeah.
Lucas is a little faster. But Jackson
at this stage,
yeah.
right? At this stage,
yep.
And
but Jackson covers, and Lucas covers a lot of ground out there. He makes up for a lot of stuff that, but so does Jackson. Does the same thing.
Yeah.
He just covers a lot, and I think as he grows, he's gonna get better and better, and it's gonna be fun to watch that.
Yeah, it's fun looking up and down the lineup, reserves included. There are just so many guys that we could call out. There's just so many guys that just had wonderful games tonight, and just like really, this team could be really good at this level this year. Like if they kind of start to get that killer instinct where they just like how they compete in every other sport and this sport, and they just say like, we're not going to be denied. Like this team's going to be tough to beat. As the year goes on.
Yep. And you think about it, all the 16-year-olds, let's say you bring Carver down, let him get an inning or, a couple innings if he's hasn't pitched in a while. I mean, that. I mean, obviously you probably don't, but
sure.
If a guy needed to get, maybe an inning or two in here, and I don't think he should because we should have enough games for him to pitch. But he just, he's another 16-year-old in this group of really already good 16-year-old team. You know what I'm saying?
Just to your point of what a great 16-year-old.
Agreed.
Yes. And then the great part too is there's some of these 17-year-olds, meaning that they played Legion last year, they've turned into 16-year-olds because they have because now their ages line up that way.
Agreed.
They're really good players too. So like you really do have good, and then you have a couple good 17s that are playing. You have really great team players that that whether they play all the time or play sometimes, you really have great teammates across the board. Another thing that's really interesting, because we compared this in the first game, and it's funny how this is 2 evenly matched teams. So runs, well, listen, not runs because that's obvious, but hits this game, both teams kind of hit. So Post 400 had 9 hits. Post 15 had 8. Okay, so then walks, our pitchers, Post 15 pitchers walked 4 people, and so did their pitchers, walked 4 people. Both teams had 2 strikeouts total. This could not have been a more evenly played 2 games. And the great part about that is, if you're a Post 15 fan, is Post 15 found a way to win both those games.
Yeah, agreed. Yep, absolutely incredible night for the Post 15. And you know what? Post 400 doesn't have anything to shake their head about.
No, they don't.
It's just
and they're younger on average.
Yep.
Right. And I'm sure they're younger on average. I'm sure they have a few more 15-year-olds. They probably don't have a couple of the 17-year-olds and whatever. But it's like, yeah, this is 2 good teams. At the end of the year, this is going to be a coin flip game unless one just continues to get better every single day. Which so we'll see how that goes.
Yep.
For Cale Lewis, I'm Brent Deverson. Thank you for tuning in and listening tonight. We just had a blast at this game. It's a beautiful night, beautiful facility, 2 great teams, well coached, great umping. Every single thing that's great about baseball was great tonight. Keep watching on yourliveevent.com, and we look forward to tomorrow night's game of the Haymakers hosting Park River. Have a great night.
Have a good